Everything you know about Stoic philosophy is wrong. They told you it's about suppressing emotions, about being cold, indifferent, and detached from life. But that's not Stoicism. That's a myth. The truth? Stoicism is a superpower. For centuries, the greatest minds, Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, Epictetus, didn't just study philosophy, they lived it. They found a way to master their emotions, control their thoughts, and stay unshaken no matter what life threw at them. It's not about feeling nothing. It's about feeling everything: anger, fear, grief, and still staying in control. It's about seeing life clearly, cutting through the noise, and waking up every day with unshakable strength. Tonight, as you listen, something will shift. Your mind will slow down. The endless spiral of overthinking will stop. And when you wake up tomorrow, you'll feel different, calmer, stronger, in control. This isn't just another story about philosophy. This is Stoicism as it was meant to be. Are you ready? Let's begin. Stoicism didn't appear out of nowhere. It wasn't an idea that just materialized in the mind of Zeno of Citium one day as he walked through Athens. Like every great philosophy, it was built on the wisdom of those who came before it, pieces of knowledge passed down, shaped and refined over centuries. Yet, most people never hear about the thinkers who laid the foundation for Stoicism. Their influence has been pushed into the background, overshadowed by the famous names of Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. But without Socrates, the Cynics, and other forgotten minds, Stoicism wouldn't exist. The principles that make Stoicism so powerful, discipline, self-mastery, indifference to external events, and unshakable inner peace, were first cultivated by these early thinkers, often at great personal cost. Their lives weren't comfortable. They were ridiculed, exiled, and in some cases, even sentenced to death. But their ideas survived, because the truth about the mind, about human nature, about what it means to live well, cannot be erased. It waits for those willing to seek it. To understand Stoicism fully, we have to go back to the raw, unfiltered origins of its philosophy, to the forgotten thinkers who shaped it, tested it, and lived it long before Stoicism had a name. Before Zeno of Citium founded Stoicism in the 3rd century BCE, two powerful traditions were already shaping the intellectual world of Greece: Socratic philosophy and Cynicism. These were more than schools of thought. They were radical ways of life, challenging every assumption about happiness, power, and what it meant to be free. Socrates, the man who questioned everything, tore apart illusions and demanded that people think for themselves. His relentless pursuit of truth set the standard for self-examination and rational thought, both key to Stoicism. Then came the Cynics, who took the lessons of Socrates and stripped away everything unnecessary: wealth, comfort, even social approval. To them, freedom wasn't found in possessions or reputation, but in self-sufficiency. They refused to be controlled by desires, fears, or the opinions of others. They were extreme, yes, but their philosophy laid the groundwork for Stoicism's idea that external things don't define us, only our character does. Zeno didn't invent Stoicism in isolation. He absorbed these lessons, refined them, and created something even more structured, even more practical, a philosophy designed to withstand life's greatest challenges. But without these early thinkers, Stoicism as we know it would never have been born. Socrates changed everything. In Athens, where people prided themselves on knowledge, status, and persuasive speech, Socrates was a problem. He wasn't interested in wealth or fame. He didn't write books or charge students for lessons. Instead, he wandered through the city, asking uncomfortable questions, tearing down flawed arguments, and showing people just how little they actually knew. His method was relentless. He would stop politicians, poets, craftsmen, anyone who claimed to be wise, and break their confidence with a few simple questions. He never claimed to have answers, only that he was wise enough to know what he didn't know, and that in itself was a revolution. Most people don't examine their own thoughts. They act out of habit, emotion, and social pressure. They assume they know what's best, but never ask themselves why they believe what they believe. Socrates forced them to confront this. He showed that real wisdom isn't about having the right opinions. It's about constantly questioning, challenging, and refining your understanding. This relentless search for truth deeply influenced Stoicism. The Stoics took Socrates' idea that we must examine our beliefs, strip away illusions, and build our minds on solid ground. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, constantly reminded himself not to be deceived by appearances, emotions, or fleeting desires. Epictetus told his students that the most important thing they could do was challenge their own judgments. Socrates didn't just teach self-examination, he lived it. Even when facing death, he remained unshaken. Accused of corrupting the youth and disrespecting the gods, he had the chance to escape, but refused. He accepted his fate with complete calm, saying that a true philosopher should never fear death. This is where Stoicism got its fearlessness, the ability to face hardship, even death, with composure. The idea that what matters is not what happens, but how we respond. Without Socrates, there is no Marcus Aurelius writing about remaining steady in the face of adversity. No Epictetus teaching that no one can truly harm you unless you allow it. Socrates didn't call himself a Stoic, because Stoicism didn't exist yet. But the seeds of Stoicism were planted in every conversation he had, every illusion he shattered, every moment he stood firm against fear. Cynicism took Socrates' ideas and pushed them further than anyone expected. If Socrates questioned society, the cynics rejected it entirely. Where Socrates still participated in Athenian life, debating in the marketplace, the cynics walked away. They saw society as corrupt, artificial, full of unnecessary desires that only led to suffering. Their answer: live as simply as possible. Diogenes of Sinope, the most famous cynic, didn't just talk about philosophy. He lived it in the most extreme way imaginable. He abandoned wealth, lived in a barrel, and rejected all social norms. He walked the streets barefoot, mocked powerful men, and did whatever he pleased, free from shame or fear. To most people, he looked insane, but to the cynics, he was the freest man alive. Because what controlled most people? Fear of embarrassment, fear of not fitting in, fear of losing status or money or reputation. The cynics destroyed these fears by refusing to play the game at all. If you own nothing, if you need nothing, if you answer to no one, what can they take from you? Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism, was deeply influenced by this. In fact, it was after reading about Socrates and listening to cynic teachers that he decided to create his own school of thought. But Zeno realized something. While cynicism was powerful, it was too extreme for most people. Not everyone could live on the streets. Not everyone could reject society completely. So he took the strength of cynicism, the idea that happiness comes from within, that we don't need external things to be free, and made it practical. Stoicism became the bridge, not rejection of life, but mastery of it. Unlike the cynics, the Stoics didn't turn away from the world. They believed you could live in society, have a family, even hold power, as long as you weren't controlled by it. This is why Stoicism works. It isn't about extreme detachment or isolation. It's about living in the world, but remaining free within it. The path to Stoicism wasn't a straight line. It was built from the fire of Socratic questioning and the raw independence of cynicism. It took the best of both, Socrates' relentless search for truth, the cynic's rejection of false values, and created something even stronger, a way of life that doesn't rely on luck, status, or circumstances, a philosophy that gives you control over the only thing that ever mattered, your mind. By the time Zeno arrived in Athens and began teaching in the Stoa Poikile, the foundation had already been laid. He didn't invent Stoicism. He refined it, structured it, and turned it into a system that people could apply in everyday life. But without Socrates, without the cynics, without the hard-earned wisdom of those who came before, none of it would exist. Stoicism wasn't just a philosophy. It was an evolution of ideas, built by those who were brave enough to question, to challenge, to walk a different path. And that's where the real journey begins. Zeno laid the foundation, but Stoicism wasn't fully formed yet. The philosophy needed structure, depth, and logic strong enough to stand the test of time. That transformation came through a single mind, a man whose work shaped everything that followed, yet whose name is rarely spoken outside of philosophy circles. Chrysippus. Without him, Stoicism might not have survived. He didn't just expand the teachings of Zeno, he built Stoicism into the fully developed system that later influenced Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius. He wrote obsessively, crafting over 700 works, refining Stoic logic, ethics, and physics to their highest form. Yet, almost everything he wrote has been lost. What remains are fragments, references in the works of others, echoes of a brilliance that once defined Stoicism. Some called him a genius, others saw him as relentless. His mind operated at a level that left even his peers in awe. If Zeno was the architect, Chrysippus was the engineer, the one who reinforced every beam, refined every detail, and made Stoicism strong enough to withstand centuries of scrutiny. He debated tirelessly, crushed arguments that threatened Stoic ideas, and left behind a framework so unshakable that even when his own writings disappeared, his ideas remained. His obsession with logic made Stoicism more than just a set of personal guidelines. It became a philosophy backed by reason. Every teaching had to be airtight. Every belief had to be tested. His contributions weren't just theoretical, they shaped how Stoicism would be lived. He refined the Stoic belief that emotions arise from faulty judgments, giving future Stoics a method to control their minds. He deepened the idea that virtue alone is sufficient for happiness, making Stoicism one of the most resilient philosophies ever developed. He fought for these ideas, sharpened them, and ensured they couldn't be easily dismissed. Where others saw philosophy as discussion, he saw it as something more, a tool for absolute mastery over the self. His mind worked like a blade, cutting through confusion, falsehood, and weak reasoning. When opponents challenged Stoicism, he dismantled their arguments one by one. If an idea couldn't hold up to reason, he discarded it. If Stoicism was going to last, it needed to be bulletproof. Despite his brilliance, Chrysippus wasn't concerned with personal fame. He never sought recognition, never aimed to be remembered. His only focus was the work. He refined Stoic logic so precisely that later philosophers couldn't ignore it. The Stoicism practiced by Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius wasn't just influenced by Chrysippus, it was built on his foundations. Without his contributions, Stoicism wouldn't have had the strength to endure. He wasn't just a philosopher, he was a force. His mind worked at a level few could match, dissecting every thought, every belief, every assumption. His role was to push Stoicism beyond what anyone imagined, to take Zeno's foundation and fortify it with logic so precise that it couldn't be torn down. He succeeded. Even though his words have been lost, his influence has not. Every Stoic teaching that has survived carries his fingerprints. To understand Stoicism fully, his contributions can't be ignored. He took a philosophy that was still taking shape and forged it into something indestructible. He built the logic that allowed Stoics to challenge their emotions, refine their thinking, and live with unshakable clarity. He turned Stoicism from a collection of ideas into a system of thought so powerful that it could survive the destruction of its own texts. His legacy isn't in books or famous quotes, it's in the resilience of Stoicism itself. He built something that outlived him, something that still strengthens minds today. His work may be gone, but his impact is everywhere. Stoicism would not be what it is without him. Chrysippus built Stoicism into a structured philosophy, reinforcing it with logic, precision, and discipline. But ideas do not develop in isolation. They spread, evolve, and connect in ways that often go unnoticed. The core principles of Stoicism, self-mastery, detachment from external outcomes, and the pursuit of inner tranquility, were not unique to Greece. Across the world, in ancient India and China, different traditions had already been exploring similar concepts. These philosophies were separated by geography, language, and culture, yet they shared fundamental truths about the nature of the mind, suffering, and how to live a meaningful life. Stoicism did not exist in a vacuum. Greece was a major trading hub, a meeting point for merchants, scholars, and travelers from across Asia and Africa. Ideas moved along these routes just as easily as goods. The Stoics never claimed to have invented wisdom. They sought truth wherever it could be found. This openness to knowledge meant that Stoicism, consciously or not, absorbed and reflected elements of Eastern thought. The similarities are striking. Stoic detachment mirrors the non-attachment of Buddhist and Hindu teachings. The concept of living in harmony with nature echoes Taoist principles. The belief in discipline and the control of desires aligns with the ethical teachings of Confucianism. These are not coincidences. They reveal a deeper truth. Philosophies that endure are built on the same foundation. Buddhism, which developed centuries before Stoicism, offered a method for transcending suffering by changing one's relationship to desire and attachment. The Stoics came to the same conclusion. External events do not disturb people, but their judgments about those events do. Both traditions saw suffering as something that arises within the mind, and both offered solutions that focused on controlling thought and reaction rather than external circumstances. In Buddhism, this mastery is achieved through mindfulness and meditation, training the mind to observe thoughts without being controlled by them. The Stoics practiced something similar through prosoche, the art of attention, remaining fully aware of one's thoughts, filtering out irrational fears and desires, and cultivating clarity. The goal was the same: to remain untouched by external turmoil. Hindu philosophy, particularly in the Bhagavad Gita, speaks of detachment from the fruits of action. Duty must be performed without attachment to success or failure. This is the essence of Stoicism's view on virtue. The Stoics believed that action should be guided by reason and ethics, not by the pursuit of external rewards. A person should do what is right, simply because it is right, without concern for the outcome. This detachment does not mean a lack of effort, but rather an understanding that the results of an action are not fully within one's control. Marcus Aurelius echoed this idea when he wrote that people should act with integrity and accept whatever follows with grace. The Bhagavad Gita and Stoicism both teach that peace comes not from avoiding effort, but from letting go of the illusion of control over results. Taoism, another ancient philosophy, emphasizes living in harmony with nature, following the natural flow of life rather than resisting it. The Stoics held a similar belief. To them, nature was not just the physical world, but the rational order of the universe. Living in accordance with nature meant accepting the reality of how things unfold. Resistance to fate was seen as a source of unnecessary suffering. Seneca often wrote about the foolishness of fighting against what is. He compared life to a river. Those who go with its current find ease, while those who resist are dragged and battered by forces they cannot control. Taoism expresses this same idea through the concept of Wu Wei, effortless action, not passivity, but a state of being so in tune with the natural order that effort becomes seamless. Both philosophies saw wisdom not in forceful struggle, but in graceful acceptance. Confucianism, though focused on social ethics, shares the Stoic emphasis on discipline, responsibility, and the development of character. Both traditions valued the role of reason in guiding action. The Confucian ideal of the Junzi, the noble person, was someone who cultivated inner virtue and acted with righteousness regardless of external pressures. The Stoics had the concept of the sage, the ideal philosopher who lived according to reason and virtue. Both philosophies rejected the idea that morality was based on wealth or status. Instead, they held that true greatness came from self-mastery and the consistent practice of ethical principles. There is no historical proof that the Stoics had direct contact with these Eastern traditions, but the similarities suggest that wisdom follows patterns. Human beings, regardless of culture, seek answers to the same fundamental questions. How should one respond to suffering? What is the source of true happiness? How does one live in accordance with nature? The answers that endured, the ones found in Stoicism, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, and Confucianism, all center on the same core truths. At their heart, these philosophies are not about abstract theories. They are practical systems for living. The Stoics trained the mind through daily reflection, journaling, and mental exercises designed to strengthen clarity and resilience. The Buddhists practiced meditation and mindfulness to develop awareness and detachment from fleeting emotions. The Hindus used devotion and self-discipline to cultivate inner stability. The Taoists followed the way of nature, releasing the need for control. The Confucians emphasized moral duty and the refinement of character. Different methods, but the same goal: a mind that remains calm, a life that follows reason, a person who acts with wisdom. The key difference between these traditions and Stoicism is that Stoicism developed within a culture that valued public life, debate, and civic engagement. Where Buddhist and Hindu traditions encouraged withdrawal from the world to seek enlightenment, Stoicism insisted that wisdom must be tested in daily life. A Stoic did not retreat to the mountains. He faced the challenges of society and remained steady. He ruled, fought, suffered, and endured, but never lost his inner stability. This is why Stoicism became so influential among politicians, generals, and emperors. It was designed for those who had to act, not withdraw. Yet, despite these differences, the underlying message remains the same. Inner freedom is not given by the world. It is built through discipline, self-awareness, and the ability to remain unmoved by circumstances beyond control. The practices may vary, but the destination is the same: a life of virtue, clarity, and strength. Philosophy is often treated as a matter of cultural pride, with each tradition seen as separate and distinct. But wisdom is not bound by borders. It is the product of human experience, repeated through history, rediscovered by different minds in different places. Stoicism stands among the great traditions of thought, not in opposition to them, but as part of the same pursuit. The reason these ideas still resonate today is because they are not tied to a single culture or time. They reflect something universal. The Stoics built their philosophy from reason and experience, but they were not alone in their discoveries. The same truths have echoed across civilizations. The realization that suffering comes from within, that emotions are shaped by perception, that peace is found through self-discipline. These ideas were not exclusive to Stoicism, nor were they exclusive to the East. They were found wherever people sought to master their minds. Stoicism was shaped by Greek thought, but its principles connect to a wider network of wisdom. The similarities between Stoicism and Eastern philosophies are not coincidences. They show that the human search for understanding leads to the same conclusions, no matter where it begins. The world changes, but the nature of the mind does not. And as long as people seek clarity and strength, these ideas will continue to resurface, guiding those who are willing to listen. Philosophy is not just about understanding the world, it is about understanding oneself. Stoicism, with all its wisdom on resilience, perception, and control, is often seen as a tool for handling external hardships. But what if the greatest battle is not with the outside world, but within? The search for belonging, the feeling of being at home within oneself, is one of the deepest struggles people face. While most know Stoicism for its lessons on endurance and discipline, hidden within its teachings is a concept that speaks to something even more fundamental: the need to fully accept oneself. Oikeiosis is one of the most overlooked ideas in Stoicism, yet it serves as the foundation for everything else. It is the process by which a person comes to recognize their nature, develop a sense of self, and extend that recognition outward to others. The term itself is difficult to translate directly, but its essence is clear: a deep, instinctive movement toward what is truly one's own. It begins with the most basic level of self-preservation and gradually expands into the realization of one's place in the universe. Without oikeiosis, Stoicism would be nothing more than a set of techniques. This is what gives the philosophy depth. It is not just about endurance, but about belonging. From birth, every living creature has an instinct to protect itself, to move toward what sustains it and avoid what harms it. This is the first stage of oikeiosis, the natural inclination toward survival. But humans, unlike other animals, have reason. They are not only driven by instinct, but by the ability to reflect on what is truly beneficial. A Stoic does not merely seek physical survival, but alignment with nature in a deeper sense, understanding what is truly in harmony with their essence. To live according to nature is not just about following external events with acceptance, but about recognizing one's own nature. Oikeiosis is this realization, the process of becoming at home within oneself. Chrysippus, the great systematizer of Stoicism, saw oikeiosis as the foundation of virtue. Without self-awareness, without truly knowing one's place in the order of things, there can be no wisdom, no justice, no courage, no temperance. Everything must begin with an understanding of what is truly one's own. Yet, this does not mean selfishness. The Stoics rejected the idea that self-interest must come at the expense of others. Oikeiosis is not only about self-acceptance, but about expansion, the movement from self-recognition to recognizing others as part of oneself. A person who truly understands their own nature does not see themselves as isolated, but as part of something larger. This is why Stoicism teaches that those who grasp their place in the universe begin to feel a natural connection to others. The narrow sense of self dissolves, and the individual becomes aware that their well-being is tied to the well-being of the whole. This is why the Stoics emphasized duty, service, and justice, not as obligations imposed from the outside, but as natural extensions of one's understanding of self. Oikeiosis is also the antidote to insecurity. Many live in constant conflict with themselves, caught between who they are and who they think they should be. They seek approval, validation, or status, believing that belonging comes from external acceptance. The Stoics dismantled this illusion. To belong is not to be accepted by others, it is to accept oneself. True peace comes not from chasing an identity, but from aligning with one's nature. This does not mean passivity or a refusal to grow, but rather the recognition that development must be guided by what is intrinsically one's own, not by comparison to others. Seneca understood this well. He wrote about how people exhaust themselves trying to live up to external expectations, constantly measuring themselves against fleeting standards. The mind becomes restless, always looking outward for confirmation of worth. But the moment one turns inward and asks, "What is truly mine? What is within my power?" the noise fades. A person at home with themselves is unshaken by rejection, unaffected by flattery, unmoved by status. The practical application of oikeiosis is self-mastery. A person who has accepted themselves does not need to control others, nor do they need to seek control over events. They move through the world with a quiet confidence, rooted in an unshakable awareness of their own nature. This is why the greatest Stoics, from Cato to Marcus Aurelius, were able to endure hardship without losing themselves. They were not dependent on anything external to define their worth. Oikeiosis also explains why virtue is enough for happiness. If one understands their place in the universe, if they are fully at home within their nature, what else is needed? Wealth, fame, pleasure. These are distractions for those who have not yet settled into themselves. The Stoics were not against enjoying life, but they knew that external things cannot provide lasting fulfillment. Fulfillment comes from living in alignment with what is truly one's own. This idea also extends beyond the individual. The Stoics believed that just as a person comes to recognize themselves, they must also recognize their connection to others. Hierocles, a later Stoic philosopher, described this as expanding circles of identity. At the center is the self, but surrounding it are family, friends, fellow citizens, and ultimately all of humanity. The wise person does not shrink inward, but gradually expands their sense of belonging outward, recognizing that others too are part of the same natural order. This is why a Stoic is neither selfish nor indifferent. They are not detached from the world, but deeply connected to it, not in a way that makes them dependent, but in a way that allows them to act justly and wisely. Their self-acceptance leads naturally to compassion. They do not act out of obligation, but out of a clear understanding that their well-being and the well-being of others are intertwined. Oikeiosis is not a concept that is easily grasped, because it requires undoing so much of what society teaches. From an early age, people are conditioned to seek identity externally, to measure their worth by success, relationships, or approval. But the Stoics saw this as a mistake. The search for belonging must begin inward. A person who understands their own nature does not need permission to exist. They do not need to be loved to feel whole. They do not need to be admired to feel worthy. This is why those who truly live by Stoic principles have a quiet strength. They do not need to prove anything. They are content in their own presence, whether in a crowd or alone. They are free from the anxiety that comes from constantly questioning whether they are enough. They do not need external validation because they have already validated themselves. This is not arrogance, but freedom. The power of oikiosis lies in its simplicity. It does not require elaborate rituals or complex theories. It requires only the willingness to see oneself clearly, to accept what is within, and to extend that recognition outward. It is a process, not a single moment of realization. It begins with self-preservation, but when fully developed, it leads to wisdom, virtue, and an unbreakable sense of belonging. A Stoic does not seek to be accepted by the world. They seek only to live in harmony with their own nature, and in doing so, they discover that they were never separate from the world to begin with. Self-acceptance is the foundation, but without clear perception, it is easy to be misled. The mind is constantly interpreting, categorizing, and reacting to the world. But what if those interpretations are flawed? If emotions arise from judgment, and judgment is shaped by perception, then clarity of mind depends entirely on the ability to see things as they truly are. The Stoics recognized that most suffering comes not from events themselves, but from the way the mind perceives them. This is where catalepsis, the Stoic concept of grasping reality with certainty, becomes essential. Catalepsis is not just about gathering information. It is about perceiving with absolute clarity, without distortion, without assumption. The human mind is not naturally objective. It filters reality through emotions, biases, and past experiences. Catalepsis is the disciplined process of stripping away those distortions to see things as they are, rather than as they are feared, hoped, or expected to be. Without this skill, a person is at the mercy of every thought, every rumor, every emotional impulse that passes through their mind. The Stoics believed that knowledge is not about opinions or beliefs, but about an unshakable grasp of reality. The difference between wisdom and confusion lies in the ability to recognize what is truly known versus what is merely assumed. When someone feels anxious about the future, it is often because they are treating uncertain possibilities as if they were certain outcomes. When they feel insulted by someone's words, it is because they have assigned a meaning to those words rather than simply acknowledging them as sounds in the air. Catalepsis is the ability to pause, analyze, and determine whether a thought is truly grasped or whether it is a fabrication of the mind. For the Stoics, perception was not just a passive process, but an active skill. Every moment of life presents stimuli, words spoken, events unfolding, emotions rising, and without conscious effort, the mind reacts automatically. But catalepsis demands a pause, a deliberate filtering of what is real from what is illusion. This is why Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to examine his thoughts, to ask whether his perception of events was accurate or whether it was colored by expectation and assumption. He understood that the only way to remain steady was to control the way he interpreted the world. Clarity is not just about understanding the external world. It is about recognizing the internal distortions that create suffering. When Epictetus taught his students, he constantly warned them against trusting their first impressions. He argued that most distress comes not from reality, but from the judgments people attach to reality. When someone loses their job, they suffer not from the loss itself, but from the thought that they have lost something essential. When they fear rejection, they are not responding to the rejection itself, but to the belief that rejection defines them. These are not objective truths, they are interpretations. Catalepsis is the ability to strip away those false interpretations and see clearly. The method for achieving this clarity is rigorous self-examination. The Stoics practiced questioning their own thoughts, challenging every assumption before accepting it as truth. If something caused distress, it had to be analyzed. Is this fact or opinion? Is this fear justified, or is it speculation? Is this anger based on reality, or is it based on my personal expectation? This constant questioning, when done consistently, leads to a mind that no longer reacts impulsively, but instead responds with wisdom. Catalepsis also explains why Stoicism is not about emotionlessness, but about precision in emotion. To feel sadness, anger, or fear is natural, but to be consumed by these emotions is a failure of perception. A person who sees the world clearly does not waste energy mourning what was never theirs to control. They do not rage against things that could not have been otherwise. They do not fear shadows cast by their own assumptions. This is not coldness, it is freedom from unnecessary suffering. The ability to achieve catalepsis does not come from intelligence alone. Many intelligent people suffer because they are trapped in their own minds, unable to separate reality from perception. The Stoics believed that clarity comes from discipline, from training the mind to verify before reacting. Seneca wrote that most pain is self-inflicted, not because people desire suffering, but because they fail to examine their beliefs. He saw people tormented by imagined futures, by exaggerated offenses, by the weight of illusions they had created for themselves. His answer was simple: seek what is certain, discard what is not. To practice catalepsis means to resist the immediate pull of thought and emotion. When confronted with a problem, the first reaction is rarely the clearest. A mind trained in Stoic perception does not immediately judge, it observes. It recognizes that external events are neutral until the mind assigns them meaning. It understands that emotions are natural, but not always justified. It sees that most of life's turmoil is created within the mind rather than by the world itself. This practice also leads to a profound form of self-control. A person who masters their perception is no longer easily manipulated. They are not swayed by flattery, nor are they devastated by criticism. They do not rush to anger when insulted, nor do they collapse under pressure. They are steady, not because they suppress their emotions, but because they refuse to be deceived by them. Their mind is like a fortress, not impenetrable, but guarded with reason. Catalepsis is also the foundation of good decision-making. A person who cannot see clearly cannot act wisely. Every choice, every response, every judgment is only as good as the perception that shapes it. When perception is distorted, actions are misguided. But when perception is clear, decisions are made with confidence. The Stoics did not advocate impulsivity. They believed in measured, rational action based on what is truly known. This is why they trained themselves not to react immediately, but to reflect first. The difficulty of achieving catalepsis is that the mind is resistant to it. People prefer certainty, even when that certainty is false. They hold on to beliefs that comfort them, even when those beliefs are flawed. They react quickly because pausing feels uncomfortable. But the discomfort of questioning is far less costly than the suffering caused by false perception. A person who refuses to examine their own mind is a prisoner of it. But a person who seeks truth, even when it is difficult, gains freedom. In the modern world, catalepsis is more necessary than ever. Information moves faster than thought, and people react before they understand. Assumptions become facts, emotions become identities, and perception becomes reality, whether it is accurate or not. But the Stoic knows better. The Stoic knows that reality is not what it first appears to be. It must be examined, questioned, and verified before it is accepted. This is why Stoicism remains a philosophy of strength. It does not offer easy answers. It offers tools. It does not promise comfort. It promises clarity. And with clarity comes power. The power to remain steady, the power to choose wisely, the power to live without fear. Catalepsis is not about knowing everything. It is about knowing what can be known and refusing to be disturbed by what cannot. It is about training the mind to separate illusion from truth, reaction from response, confusion from wisdom. It is not a passive state, but an active practice, a lifelong discipline that leads to unshakable mental clarity. A person who masters perception masters themselves, and a person who masters themselves is truly free. Clarity of perception is power, but it is not enough. Seeing things as they are prevents unnecessary suffering, but there is still a deeper question that lingers beneath it all. What is a person's place in the grand scheme of things? Even the most disciplined mind can feel isolated. Even the strongest will can feel small against the vastness of existence. The Stoics did not only train the mind to be steady, they also sought to resolve the fear that comes from feeling separate from the universe. They understood that true peace does not come just from control over thought, but from understanding one's connection to everything. This is where cosmic sympathy becomes essential. Cosmic sympathy is the Stoic recognition that all things are part of a single, interconnected whole. No individual exists in isolation. No action is without consequence. Everything, from the smallest particle to the greatest celestial bodies, is part of the same system, governed by the same natural order. This is not a mystical belief, but a rational understanding of interdependence. The human body is not separate from nature. It is made of the same elements, follows the same physical laws, and is subject to the same cycles of birth, growth, and decay as everything else. The mind, too, is not an isolated entity, but a fragment of a larger intelligence, connected to all other minds. The Stoics saw the universe as a living organism, where every part serves a function within the whole. Just as a single cell in the body has its purpose, every human being is part of something greater. To resist this is to suffer. To deny one's connection to the whole is to live in disharmony. Anxiety, loneliness, and fear arise when a person sees themselves as separate from the order of things, as if their struggles exist in a vacuum. But once one recognizes that they are a thread in the vast tapestry of existence, the weight of individual burdens becomes lighter. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, constantly reminded himself that he was not an isolated being, but a piece of the cosmos. He wrote that everything is interwoven and that no person suffers alone. No challenge exists in isolation. He urged himself to see beyond the limits of his own perspective, to understand that his life was just one movement within the grand design of nature. This was not a passive acceptance, but a realization that peace comes from aligning oneself with the flow of existence rather than fighting against it. This understanding dissolves anxiety because it removes the illusion of separateness. Much of human suffering comes from the fear of being alone in the universe. from the belief that one's struggles are unique or meaningless. But if everything is part of a larger whole, then no individual experience is truly isolated. Every challenge, every loss, every moment of joy is part of the same unfolding story. Nothing is wasted. Nothing exists without purpose. The Stoics did not claim that this purpose is always immediately visible, but they believed that reason, when properly cultivated, could reveal the harmony beneath apparent disorder. Cosmic sympathy also transforms the way one sees others. If all things are connected, then other people are not rivals or obstacles, but fellow participants in the same universal order. To act with cruelty, to wish harm upon another, is to damage the very system that one is a part of. This is why Stoicism places such emphasis on justice and duty, not as social obligations, but as natural extensions of understanding one's role in the whole. A person who sees themselves as separate will act selfishly, hoard resources, and seek dominance over others. But a person who understands their connection to everything will act with wisdom and fairness, knowing that harming another is, in the end, harming oneself. This is why cosmic sympathy is more than an idea. It is a practice. It is a way of training the mind to look beyond immediate concerns and recognize a deeper alignment with nature. The river does not resist its course. The tree does not question its growth. The stars do not complain about their place in the sky. They simply move according to their nature. The same is true for human beings. A person who resists their place in the whole will struggle, while a person who accepts it will find peace. The fear of death, one of the greatest sources of human anxiety, also dissolves under this perspective. If everything is part of the same system, then death is not an end, but a transition, a reabsorption into the greater whole. Seneca wrote that death should not be feared because it is as natural as birth. To fear death is to misunderstand one's place in the order of things. The universe does not lose anything when a person dies, just as it does not gain anything when a person is born. The elements return to the earth. The energy continues in new forms. A person who fully understands this does not cling desperately to existence, but lives fully, without fear of what comes next. This is not nihilism, but a recognition of continuity. The ocean does not mourn the waves that break upon the shore, because it understands that they are not separate from itself. The wise person does not mourn their own mortality, because they understand that they were never separate from the universe to begin with. This understanding brings a deep and lasting tranquility, the kind that no external event can shake. Cosmic sympathy also changes how one responds to suffering. Pain, loss, and hardship are not isolated punishments, but movements within the greater order. A person who believes they are alone in their suffering will feel despair. But a person who understands their place in the whole will endure with strength, knowing that their struggles are not meaningless, but part of the same rhythm that moves the stars, the seasons, and the turning of the earth. This does not mean passivity. It does not mean accepting injustice or refusing to act when change is needed. It means understanding that resistance should be guided by wisdom, not by blind reaction. A person who sees themselves as part of a whole will fight for justice not out of anger, but out of a recognition that the health of the whole depends on the well-being of its parts. Marcus Aurelius ruled with this in mind, making decisions not for personal gain, but for the greater good. He saw himself as a servant of the whole, not as a ruler above it. The Stoics did not deny suffering. They simply refused to let it define them. They understood that everything in nature has its time: growth, decline, transformation. To fear change is to misunderstand one's place in this cycle. The tree does not resist the fall of its leaves. The river does not resist the shape of the land. The body does not resist its eventual return to dust. The wise person embraces this same movement, knowing that everything belongs to the same universal order. This realization also removes the fear of losing what one loves. Attachment is often based on the illusion that things can be possessed forever. But if all things are connected, then nothing is ever truly lost. The Stoics taught that to love something is to recognize that it was never separate from the universe, and that when it changes form, it does not disappear. The same force that brought it into being continues to move through it. This does not mean love should be avoided, but that it should be embraced fully, without the desperation of clinging. The modern world encourages fragmentation, pushing individuals to see themselves as separate from nature, from others, from the universe itself. But the mind that understands cosmic sympathy is never alone. It finds companionship in the stars, in the wind, in the rhythm of the tides. It does not seek connection because it knows the connection was always there. Cosmic sympathy is not a mystical idea. It is a rational understanding of interdependence. It is the recognition that no struggle is endured in isolation, no life is wasted, no action is without consequence. It is the realization that to be alive is to be part of something vast and incomprehensible, but not in a way that induces fear, in a way that brings peace. A person who truly grasps this no longer asks, "What is my purpose?" They no longer feel the weight of meaninglessness. They do not seek belonging because they understand they have always belonged. The universe is not something separate from them. It moves through them. To accept this is to dissolve fear. To embody it is to live with unshakable tranquility. Feeling connected to the universe removes the illusion of separateness. But even with this understanding, the mind can still struggle. Anxiety, frustration, and inner conflict continue to rise unless they are met with something deeper, true tranquility. The Stoics knew that peace is not found in avoiding emotions, nor is it found in indulgence. It is built through mastery, through understanding how to engage with emotions without being ruled by them. This is where the distinction between ataraxia and apatheia becomes crucial. Both concepts point toward a calm and stable mind, but they are often misunderstood. Ataraxia, a term borrowed from earlier Greek philosophy, refers to the absence of mental disturbance. It is the state of not being shaken by fear, not being consumed by desire, not being overwhelmed by external chaos. It does not mean suppressing emotions, but rather cultivating a mind so steady that emotions do not dominate it. Apatheia, on the other hand, is the Stoic refinement of this idea. It does not mean feeling nothing, as the word might suggest in modern usage, but rather having a mind that remains undisturbed by irrational passions. To be free from destructive emotions does not mean rejecting all feeling. It means responding with wisdom rather than impulse. The common misconception about Stoicism is that it teaches people to shut off emotions, to become indifferent, cold, or detached. This could not be further from the truth. The Stoics were deeply engaged with life. They loved, they cared, they suffered, but they did so without losing control. Their goal was not emotional numbness, but clarity, to feel things fully without being consumed by them. Ataraxia comes from the discipline of perception. A mind that sees clearly does not create unnecessary suffering. If a person expects the world to always conform to their desires, they will be in constant distress. If they believe they are entitled to comfort, they will resist hardship. But if they understand that life unfolds according to its own nature, independent of personal expectation, They free themselves from needless mental agitation. Ataraxia is the result of removing illusions, of seeing things as they are rather than as one wishes them to be. Apatheia is the refinement of this into action. It is the practice of maintaining inner balance even in the face of challenge. It is not a passive state, but an active mastery of one's responses. A person with apatheia does not ignore emotions but engages with them rationally. When anger arises, they do not deny it, but they do not act blindly on it. When fear presents itself, they recognize it, but they do not allow it to dictate their choices. They understand that emotions are signals, not commands. This distinction is what separates Stoicism from asceticism or repression. The Stoics did not reject joy, nor did they seek to avoid sadness. They understood that emotions are part of human nature, but they also knew that being human does not mean being at the mercy of every emotional storm. A person ruled by their feelings is not free. They are a slave to impulse. The Stoic, instead, cultivates a mind so steady that emotions do not control them. Marcus Aurelius wrote extensively about this in Meditations, reminding himself that his emotions were within his control, that his mind had the power to shape his experience. He did not seek to avoid feeling, but to refine it. He understood that to act with wisdom, one must first master the self. Seneca, too, saw the importance of this balance. He warned against both uncontrolled emotion and complete detachment, seeing them as extremes that led to suffering in different ways. The person who indulges every feeling is tossed by the winds of circumstance, while the person who suppresses all feeling becomes rigid and brittle. The true path is neither excess nor avoidance, but balance. To cultivate ataraxia, the Stoics practiced premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. By considering potential hardships before they arrived, they trained their minds not to be disturbed by them. This was not pessimism, but preparation. If one has already accepted the possibility of loss, they will not be shattered when loss occurs. If they have already thought through the worst-case scenario, they will not be paralyzed by fear. This practice strengthens the mind against unnecessary distress, allowing for a steady state of inner peace. Apatheia, in practice, required constant self-examination. The Stoics did not assume that mastery was a final achievement. It was a lifelong discipline. They questioned their own reactions, examined their judgments, and refined their understanding daily. Epictetus taught that every moment of life presents a choice, to react blindly or to respond wisely. The person who trains themselves in apatheia chooses response over reaction, clarity over confusion. They do not deny emotions, but they do not serve them either. This approach also transformed how the Stoics dealt with suffering. Pain, grief, disappointment. These are inevitable parts of life. But how one experiences them depends entirely on their state of mind. A person who believes suffering is a personal injustice will be tormented by it. A person who sees suffering as a natural part of existence will endure it with strength. This is why ataraxia and apatheia are not just states of mind, but strategies for living. They remove the unnecessary layers of suffering that come not from events themselves, but from the mind's resistance to them. The idea of ataraxia also extends beyond the self. A person who has cultivated mental tranquility does not disturb the peace of others. They do not lash out in anger, nor do they spread fear. Their presence is steady, calming, reliable. This is why Stoic leaders, from Roman emperors to military generals, sought to embody these qualities. A leader ruled by emotion creates instability, but one who operates from a place of clarity and balance fosters order. The same applies to relationships. A person who possesses apatheia does not seek to control others. They do not expect people to act according to their desires, nor do they demand perfection. They accept people as they are, understanding that the only thing within their control is their own response. This leads to a deeper kind of love, one not based on possession or need, but on appreciation and respect. It is a love that does not seek to change others, but supports them in their own nature. A person who lives with ataraxia does not chase after fleeting pleasures, nor do they fear their loss. They enjoy what is present without clinging, knowing that all things change. They do not see misfortune as a punishment, but as a part of the same natural order that brings joy. Their peace does not depend on conditions, but on their own perception. The pursuit of apatheia is not about denying reality, but about fully embracing it. It is about training the mind to remain steady, to observe without distortion, to act with wisdom rather than impulse. It is about learning to move through life without being thrown off balance by every external shift. This is why the Stoics did not seek to escape life, but to engage with it fully. They knew that the world is unpredictable, that hardship is inevitable, that emotions will always arise. But they also knew that none of these things have power unless they are given power. A person who understands this does not need to suppress emotion, nor do they need to be ruled by it. They experience everything, yet remain undisturbed. They live not as prisoners of circumstance, but as masters of themselves. Ataraxia and apatheia are not distant ideals. They are practices, choices made in every moment. They are the difference between reacting and responding, between confusion and clarity, between suffering needlessly and moving through life with strength. The Stoic does not reject emotion. They refine it. They do not suppress feeling. They master it. This is the path to true tranquility, not by shutting down, but by opening up to reality exactly as it is, without illusion, without resistance, without fear. Mastery of emotion leads to a steady mind, but even the strongest mind must rest. A mind that is constantly engaged, weighed down by the events of the day, or lost in worry about the future, will never be at peace. The Stoics understood that reflection was essential to mental clarity, and they practiced it not just in moments of crisis, but as a daily ritual, especially before sleep. The way a person ends their day shapes the way they begin the next. If the mind is restless at night, burdened with unresolved emotions, the body may sleep, but the mind does not find true rest. Waking up exhausted, anxious, or unfocused is not just a matter of physical fatigue, but of mental disorganization. The Stoics saw nightly reflection as a way to cleanse the mind, preparing it for both sleep and the challenges of the next day. This was not an abstract idea, but a structured practice used by great thinkers and leaders to ensure they remained in control of themselves. Seneca wrote about the power of reviewing one's actions before bed, questioning whether each decision made during the day was in alignment with reason and virtue. He saw this not as a way to judge himself harshly, but as a method for continuous refinement. A person who ends their day with awareness does not carry unnecessary burdens forward. Marcus Aurelius, too, used his nights to reflect, writing down his thoughts in what later became meditations. His nightly practice was not about dwelling on regrets, but about learning, adjusting, and preparing for tomorrow with a clear mind. The purpose of Stoic nightly reflection was not to relive the past with guilt or to obsess over what went wrong. It was about understanding what was within one's control, recognizing where improvement was possible, and letting go of what no longer served the mind. The past could not be changed, but it could be used as a guide for better action. The future could not be predicted, but it could be met with preparation. Reflection was not an indulgence, it was a tool for mastery. The act of writing played a key role in this process. Putting thoughts into words forced clarity. Loose, unstructured worries were turned into something tangible, something that could be examined logically. If a concern seemed overwhelming, writing it down often revealed its true size. It was rarely as large as it felt in the mind. The Stoics did not believe in suppressing thoughts, but in organizing them, ensuring that the mind was not ruled by confusion. Another aspect of nightly Stoic reflection was gratitude, not in the modern sense of forcing positive thoughts, but in the recognition of what had gone well, what had been handled with wisdom, and what could be appreciated without attachment. Gratitude in this sense was not about external blessings, but about internal progress. A person who saw growth, even in small ways, reinforced their sense of control over their own development. Even in failure, there was something to appreciate: the lesson gained, the opportunity to correct a mistake, the chance to strengthen resilience. Letting go of negative emotions was another crucial step. Anger, frustration, disappointment. If these were carried into the night, they would shape the next day. The Stoics did not pretend these feelings did not exist, but they did not hold on to them unnecessarily. If something was outside of one's control, then it had no place in the mind before sleep. If something needed action, then planning for it was enough. Worrying over it served no purpose. A clear mind was a rested mind, and a rested mind was prepared to act with reason. The Stoics also practiced visualization before sleep, not as escapism, but as preparation. They would consider the potential challenges of the next day, not with dread, but with a calm acceptance. If difficulty arose, they would meet it with patience. If obstacles appeared, they would adjust without panic. By thinking through these possibilities before sleep, they ensured that no unexpected event could shake their stability. The body's role in nightly reflection was not ignored. Just as the mind needed order, the body needed stillness. Seneca believed that a calm environment supported a calm mind. He rejected luxury, but understood the importance of proper rest. A mind prepared for sleep did not need external comforts to drift into rest. It needed only to be unburdened. Marcus Aurelius wrote that going to sleep should be viewed as an act of letting go. If tomorrow did not come, there was nothing to fear. If it did, then being well rested was essential for meeting it with strength. Sleep was not a loss of time, but a necessary reset for clear thinking. Those who struggled to sleep often did so because their minds were clinging to worry, to regret, to unfinished thoughts. Stoic reflection was designed to prevent this, ensuring that the mind was free before the body surrendered to rest. This nightly ritual was not complicated, yet it held profound power. A person who reflects before sleep does not carry unnecessary burdens forward. They wake with a mind that is sharp, not dulled by unresolved thoughts. They step into the day with a sense of purpose, not weighed down by confusion. They do not waste energy on things they cannot change, nor do they wake with regret. The modern world resists this kind of stillness. Screens demand attention, thoughts are scattered, and sleep is often delayed by distractions that serve no real purpose. The Stoics would have seen this as an unnecessary drain on mental energy. Reflection before bed does not require hours. It requires only a few moments of focused thought. What went well today? What could have been handled better? What will be released from the mind? What is within my control for tomorrow? These simple questions, asked consistently, transform the mind. They shift focus from reaction to intention, from scattered thought to purposeful action. This was the secret behind the Stoic ability to remain calm under pressure, to wake each morning prepared rather than hesitant. They did not carry yesterday's confusion into today. Reflection before sleep is not about perfection. It is about clarity. A day lived well is one that is examined, understood, and released. A mind trained in nightly Stoic reflection does not seek escape. It seeks truth. And truth, once seen clearly, removes all unnecessary weight. A clear mind prepares for rest, but even with nightly reflection, sleep does not always come easily. The body may be still, the lights may be dim, but thoughts continue to churn, worries linger, and the weight of the day refuses to lift. Insomnia is not new. The ancient Stoics, despite their discipline and wisdom, faced the same restless nights that trouble people today. The mind, left unchecked, becomes its own greatest enemy, spinning in endless loops of doubt, regret, and over-analysis. Sleep, which should be a refuge, turns into a struggle. The Stoics did not passively accept sleeplessness. They studied its causes, experimented with techniques, and developed methods to quiet the mind when it refused to settle. Epictetus, Marcus Aurelius, and Seneca each approached the problem differently, but their solutions shared the same foundation: control over thought, regulation of the body, and a rejection of unnecessary suffering. They saw insomnia not as an enemy to be fought, but as a signal that the mind required realignment. If the mind could not rest, then something within it was unbalanced. The goal was not to force sleep, but to remove the obstacles preventing it. One of the most powerful Stoic tools for overcoming insomnia was detachment from worry. The mind struggles to sleep when it clings to unfinished thoughts, unresolved problems, or fears of what may come. Marcus Aurelius understood this well. In Meditations, he reminded himself repeatedly that tomorrow was beyond his control, that the events of the future would unfold as they must, regardless of his anxiety about them. This was not indifference, but wisdom. To obsess over the unknown was to waste energy on something that no amount of thinking could change. Before sleep, he trained his mind to accept this truth fully, releasing the need to anticipate every possibility. He approached each night as if it could be his last, not with fear, but with the understanding that each day, once lived, no longer belonged to him. What remained was only rest. Epictetus took a different but complementary approach. He believed that insomnia often came from a failure to distinguish between what was within one's control and what was not. If the mind was disturbed, it was because it had become entangled in things outside of its power, whether the opinions of others, external events, or imagined fears. His solution was to refocus attention only on what could be changed. If a problem required action, then action should be taken. If it did not, then it was to be set aside, as one sets aside an object that is not theirs to carry. He taught his students to practice mental discipline before bed, reviewing their thoughts and discarding anything that did not belong within the sphere of personal control. Another Stoic technique for inducing sleep was the use of rational argument against restless thoughts. Seneca believed that most mental agitation was the result of unexamined assumptions. A thought arises, "What if I fail tomorrow?" and the mind immediately treats it as a serious concern. But Stoicism trains the mind to challenge these assumptions. What does failure even mean? Will it truly matter in a month, a year, a lifetime? Is it even certain that failure will happen? By forcing thoughts through this rational filter, the Stoics dismantled the false urgency behind them. They did not allow the mind to be led by every impulse, especially at night when thoughts tend to be exaggerated by fatigue. Physical relaxation was also part of the Stoic approach to overcoming insomnia. The body and mind are connected. Tension in one creates tension in the other. Marcus Aurelius wrote about the importance of loosening the body before sleep, not in the sense of indulgence, but as a necessary part of mental discipline. He understood that a rigid body mirrored a rigid mind, and that sleep required the release of both. The Stoics did not have modern sleep science, but they knew that deep, slow breathing, stretching, and a reduction in sensory stimulation helped prepare the body for rest. Seneca, in particular, rejected excessive comfort, but acknowledged that an agitated body creates an agitated mind. He saw no contradiction in using simple physical techniques to encourage sleep, whether through controlled breathing, gentle movement, or even adjusting the sleeping environment to remove unnecessary distractions. The Stoics also used mental visualization as a way to settle the mind before sleep. Marcus Aurelius practiced the technique of the view from above, in which he would mentally expand his perspective beyond his immediate concerns, seeing himself as part of a vast and ordered universe. From this perspective, his worries seemed small, his anxieties insignificant. The grand order of nature continued, undisturbed by his personal concerns. This practice was not mystical, but logical. It placed daily struggles in their proper context, shrinking them down to their true size. A person who recognizes their place in the larger whole does not lie awake tormented by minor uncertainties. They understand that life flows as it must, and that their task is not to resist, but to move in harmony with it. Epictetus suggested a method of deliberate mental slowing before bed. Rather than allowing thoughts to rush chaotically, he recommended taking each thought individually, examining it with full awareness, and deciding whether it was worth attention. This practice forces the mind to reduce its pace, creating the mental stillness necessary for sleep. He viewed insomnia as the result of a mind running too fast, unable to let go. The key was to gradually quiet the thoughts, not by suppressing them, but by controlling their flow. The Stoics also placed great value on routine and consistency. The mind, like the body, responds to habit. If sleep is treated as an afterthought, something that happens whenever exhaustion forces it, then insomnia is almost inevitable. The Stoics established structured evening practices, signaling to the mind that it was time to transition into rest. Marcus Aurelius did not view sleep as an inconvenience, but as a necessary function of a well-ordered life. The body required restoration, and the mind needed reset. To ignore this was to undermine one's ability to act with clarity during the day. Acceptance of temporary sleeplessness was another crucial Stoic insight. Resisting insomnia often makes it worse. The more one fights against wakefulness, the more distress it causes. The Stoics approached sleeplessness with the same mindset they applied to everything else. They focused only on what was within their control. If sleep did not come immediately, they did not react with frustration. They used the time for reflection, breathing exercises, or philosophical contemplation. Marcus Aurelius, rather than lying awake in frustration, would write, "Turning wakefulness into an opportunity for clarity." He refused to see insomnia as an affliction. Instead, he adapted, using the extra time to train his mind. This prevented the secondary suffering that often accompanies sleeplessness, the fear and irritation that make it worse. Epictetus took an even simpler view. He argued that sleep would come when the body needed it, and that worrying about it was pointless. If one could not sleep, they should rest their body and remain calm. Sleep was not something to be forced. It was something that naturally followed from a well-regulated mind. If wakefulness persisted, then the time could be used productively, whether through mental exercises, breathing, or reviewing Stoic principles. Another method the Stoics used was detachment from physical discomfort. Many people struggle to sleep because of minor discomforts: temperature, position, background noise. The Stoics trained themselves to remain unaffected by these things, understanding that much of their suffering came not from the discomfort itself, but from their resistance to it. If the body was too warm, they accepted it rather than complaining. If there was noise, they ignored it rather than resenting it. A mind that is not disturbed by external conditions finds it easier to rest. The core lesson from the Stoics on sleep was that insomnia is not the problem. Attachment to wakefulness is. A person who trains their mind to release unnecessary concerns, to slow their thoughts, and to accept wakefulness without resistance will find that sleep follows naturally. It is not about controlling sleep directly, but about removing the obstacles that prevent it. The mind must be taught that sleep is not an achievement, not something to be conquered, but simply a natural state that arises when the conditions are right. The modern world treats insomnia as an enemy, something to be fought with medication or distraction. The Stoics saw it differently. They approached it as they did all of life's challenges, not as a curse, but as a teacher. They knew that a restless mind at night was the symptom of something deeper, a failure to let go, an attachment to control, an unresolved agitation. Their techniques were designed not just to induce sleep, but to create a mind that no longer resisted rest. A person who masters their mind before sleep does not need external aids. They do not lie awake, consumed by worry. They do not see sleeplessness as suffering. They rest, whether in wakefulness or in sleep, because their mind is trained in stillness, and a mind that is still knows when it is time to let go. Letting go is the key to rest, but for many, the act of surrendering to sleep brings an underlying fear. The fear of losing control, of drifting into the unknown, of stepping momentarily into a state that resembles death. The mind resists, holding on to wakefulness as if it were a shield against the inevitable. Seneca, one of the greatest Stoic thinkers, saw this fear for what it was, an illusion that only added unnecessary suffering. He believed that understanding sleep as a mirror of death was not a cause for fear, but a path to deeper peace. To Seneca, sleep was not something to be avoided, nor was death. He saw both as natural transitions, neither to be resisted nor feared. People who struggle with sleep often do so because they see it as something that must be forced, something that requires control. But sleep, like death, is not within one's power to command. It comes when the body is ready, when the mind allows it, when resistance fades. The same is true for mortality. To fight it is to create unnecessary distress. To accept it is to find freedom. This perspective removes the anxiety that many people feel about falling asleep. If sleep is a small death, and death is simply part of the cycle of existence, then neither should be approached with resistance. Every night, when the body releases itself into rest, it is practicing the ultimate surrender. Seneca saw this as an opportunity, a nightly reminder that there is nothing to fear. A person who learns to sleep well learns to die well, not in the sense of seeking death, but in the sense of meeting it without unnecessary terror. Seneca often wrote about the importance of preparing for sleep as one prepares for the end of life, not in a morbid way, but in a way that brings clarity. A day lived well is one that requires no regret, no second chances, no desperate clinging to what is unfinished. If one can go to bed without feeling the need to relive or redo the day, then they are practicing a mindset that will serve them in their final moments. He suggested treating every night as a miniature version of life's closing chapter, ensuring that one's affairs, both mental and emotional, are settled before resting. This does not mean achieving perfection, but simply letting go of whatever is unnecessary. Many people struggle with sleep because their minds are caught in what was or what could be. They replay conversations, regret missed opportunities, or worry about what tomorrow will bring. Seneca's approach eliminates this entirely. If one goes to sleep with the understanding that this could be the last moment of wakefulness, then they do not waste time on regret. They do not allow small worries to consume them. They accept that the day is done, that nothing more can be changed, that rest is the only thing left. This approach does not create fear, it removes it. The Stoic practice of memento mori, the contemplation of mortality, ties directly into this. Many avoid thoughts of death, believing them to be depressing, but the Stoics embrace them as a tool for living fully. Seneca saw the avoidance of death as one of the greatest sources of human anxiety. Those who refuse to think about it live in constant subconscious fear, avoiding the reality of their own impermanence. But those who reflect on it daily become fearless. They do not take moments for granted. They do not delay the things that matter. They do not suffer needlessly over things that are temporary. This same philosophy applies to sleep. If one fears the act of closing their eyes, if they resist the transition into unconsciousness, then they are mirroring a deeper fear, the fear of losing themselves. But the mind that accepts death finds no trouble in accepting sleep. It sees it as natural, as effortless, as part of the same rhythm that governs all life. The sun rises and sets, the body wakes and sleeps. Nothing is lost in the process. Seneca compared sleep to a rehearsal for death, but not in a way that should cause dread. He saw it as an opportunity to practice letting go without resistance. If one can release themselves into sleep without struggle, then they are training their mind for the ultimate release when the time comes. This is not resignation, it is mastery. A person who has trained themselves not to fight the inevitable becomes unshakable. They are not tormented by the passing of time, nor are they disturbed by thoughts of endings. This also shifts the way one perceives waking life. If sleep is a temporary version of death, then waking is a form of rebirth. Each morning is a new chance to act with virtue, to make choices that align with reason, to engage with life fully. A person who sees sleep this way no longer treats waking as something to be endured, but as something to be used wisely. They no longer postpone what matters, no longer waste energy on things that do not contribute to their growth. This perspective leads to a greater sense of purpose, a deeper appreciation for time, and a release from the fear of both sleep and mortality. Seneca also believed that ritualizing the end of the day helped ease the transition into rest. If one simply collapses into bed without thought, they miss the opportunity to bring closure to the day. But if they take a few moments to settle their thoughts, to acknowledge what was done well and what can be improved, they enter sleep with a clean mind. This is not about perfection, but about peace. A person who feels at ease with how they have spent their waking hours does not resist the act of sleeping. They do not feel the need to cling to wakefulness because they have already made the most of their time. The Stoic practice of voluntary discomfort also plays into this. Many people struggle to sleep because they are too attached to comfort. They require perfect conditions, absolute silence, or a certain level of ease before they can rest. But the Stoics trained themselves to sleep anywhere, under any conditions. They did not see comfort as a requirement for peace. Seneca often warned against becoming dependent on external conditions for rest, arguing that a truly disciplined mind should be able to sleep even in the midst of difficulty. A person who can sleep in discomfort has conquered the fear of suffering. There is also a connection between gratitude and the acceptance of sleep. Many resist sleep because they focus on what they lack, on what remains undone. But Seneca suggested shifting attention to what has been gained. If one goes to bed with a focus on what they have learned, what they have experienced, what they have contributed, they will not feel restless about what is missing. They will recognize that each day, even with its imperfections, has been complete in its own way. The act of surrendering to sleep with trust rather than fear is one of the greatest Stoic lessons. If one believes that everything happens according to nature, then there is nothing to resist. If sleep comes, it comes. If it does not, then the body will take it when it needs it. This attitude removes the pressure that so often accompanies modern struggles with rest. Insomnia thrives on resistance, but a mind trained in Stoic principles knows that rest follows acceptance. The fear of sleep, like the fear of death, is rooted in the illusion of control. People struggle with both because they believe they must manage every aspect of their experience, but neither can be controlled. Seneca's solution was not to fight, but to flow with the natural order. When it is time to wake, wake fully. When it is time to sleep, release the need to hold on. This is not giving up, it is mastering the art of letting go. A person who understands this sleeps without anxiety. They do not lie awake tormented by thoughts of tomorrow. They do not fear the quiet of the night. They do not resist the loss of awareness that comes with rest. They sleep deeply because they have embraced impermanence rather than fearing it.
And when they wake, they do so with a mind unburdened, ready to live fully once again.
Letting go of fear, whether of sleep or death, is only part of the path. The deeper challenge is learning to embrace everything that happens in life, not just accept it, but love it. The Stoics believed that true freedom comes not from resisting hardship, but from turning it into strength. The world does not bend to individual desires, and trying to force it to do so only creates suffering. But if one can learn to love their fate, to welcome every moment as necessary, then suffering disappears. This is the essence of amor fati, the love of fate. Most people move through life resisting what happens to them. They complain about bad luck, regret past mistakes, or dwell on what could have been. They believe that life should unfold according to their plans, and when it does not, they suffer. The Stoics rejected this entirely. They understood that everything happens for a reason, not in a mystical sense, but in the sense that nothing could have happened differently. Reality is what it is. Wishing for something else is wasted effort. Instead of struggling against fate, they trained themselves to align with it, to find value in every experience, even pain, even loss, even failure. This is not passive submission. It is not resignation. It is power. A person who resists fate is constantly at war with life itself, but a person who embraces it is invincible. They cannot be broken by loss because they see loss as part of the grand design. They do not dwell on what they cannot change because they understand that nothing has been taken from them that was ever truly theirs. They do not waste time wishing for a different past because they know that everything that has happened has led them to this moment, and this moment is exactly where they need to be. Marcus Aurelius embodied this mindset completely. He did not simply endure his hardships, he welcomed them. Every setback was an opportunity to grow. Every difficulty was a chance to practice virtue. He trained himself to see blessings where others saw burdens. He wrote, A blazing fire makes flame and brightness out of everything that is thrown into it. This was amor fati in action. Life does not send obstacles to defeat a person. It sends them to strengthen them, but only if they are willing to use them that way. Seneca took this even further. He argued that hardship is not an interruption of life, but the very substance of it. People wish for an easy existence, but what kind of person would that create? Without challenges, without struggle, without difficulty, there is no growth. He compared life to a boxer in the ring. No one becomes strong without resistance. A person who embraces amor fati sees suffering as fuel, a necessary force that forges character. They do not complain when things go wrong. They do not ask, "Why me?" They ask, "What can I learn from this?" Epictetus, who was born into slavery and spent his early years in chains, had every reason to curse his fate. He did not. Instead, he saw his suffering as his greatest teacher. He understood that fate is not cruel or kind, it simply is. A person can either reject it, making themselves miserable, or they can align with it, making themselves strong. He taught that true peace comes when a person stops resisting reality. If something happens, then it was meant to happen. If pain arises, then it is an opportunity to practice endurance. If loss comes, then it is a reminder of impermanence. Fighting against these truths does not change them. It only creates suffering. Amor fati eliminates stress because it removes unnecessary struggle. Stress is not caused by events. It is caused by resistance to those events. A person who cannot accept what happens to them will always be disturbed. They will spend their energy wishing for things to be different, wasting time on regret and fearing the future. But a person who embraces everything as necessary will never experience this kind of turmoil. They will still face hardship, but they will not see it as a misfortune. They will see it as part of the path. This mindset transforms every challenge. If a person fails, they do not see it as the end, but as information. If they lose something, they do not grieve what is gone, but appreciate what was. If they experience pain, they do not curse it, but use it to build endurance. Nothing is wasted. Everything is useful. The fire burns brighter with every log that is thrown into it. This philosophy does not mean lacking ambition. It does not mean sitting back and allowing life to dictate everything. Amor fati is not passivity. It is engagement without resistance. A person should still act, should still strive for excellence, should still pursue their goals, but they must do so with the understanding that outcomes are beyond their control. They can only control their effort, their attitude, their response. If things do not go as planned, that is not failure. It is redirection. It is a new path being revealed. Nietzsche, centuries after the Stoics, recognized the power of this mindset and took it even further. He did not just say that one should accept fate. He said that one should love every moment so much that they would relive it eternally. He called this eternal recurrence, the idea that a life well lived is one that a person would willingly live over and over again, exactly as it is, without a single change. This is the ultimate test of amor fati. Can a person say, with full conviction, "I would not alter a single moment because every moment has shaped me into who I am"? For most, the answer is no. They carry regrets. They wish certain events had never happened. They see the past as something that should have been different. But the Stoic knows that the past could not have happened any other way. Every event, every hardship, every joy and loss has brought them to this exact moment. And this moment, whether difficult or peaceful, is perfect in its necessity. This mindset is rare because it requires complete trust in the unfolding of life. It requires seeing every event as necessary, even the painful ones. It requires letting go of control over outcomes. It requires understanding that what is meant to happen will happen, and fighting against it is useless. This is not easy, but it is liberating. People who practice amor fati do not waste time in self-pity. They do not become bitter over lost opportunities. They do not curse their fate. They love it. They love every twist, every turn, every challenge, every failure, because they know that without them, they would not be who they are. They do not live in resistance. They move with life, not against it. The modern world encourages the opposite. People are taught to believe that they should be in control of everything, that their life should unfold according to their will, that suffering is an error, that difficulty is an unfair burden. This belief system creates endless stress because it sets people up for constant disappointment. Life does not care about personal plans. It moves forward as it always has. The more one fights against it, the more exhausted they become. The Stoic who embraces amor fati does not feel this exhaustion. They move through life with a lightness that others do not understand. They do not carry unnecessary emotional weight. They are free from regret. They wake up every day ready to face whatever comes. If it is pleasure, they embrace it. If it is pain, they embrace it just the same. They do not see a distinction. Everything that happens is exactly what was meant to happen. This mindset does not eliminate hardship, but it eliminates the suffering caused by resistance. A person who embraces their fate removes stress at its source. They become unshakable. They become free. Loving fate removes resistance, but there is still one deeper layer to master: how one perceives events in the first place. It is not enough to accept what happens. One must also understand how the mind shapes experience. This is where Epictetus's most famous lesson comes in. It's not events that disturb you, but your judgments about them. Most people believe that emotions are caused by what happens to them. They think frustration comes from obstacles, sadness from loss, fear from uncertainty. But this is not true. Emotions do not come from events. They come from interpretations. The same event can cause completely different reactions in different people. A delay in plans makes one person angry, while another sees it as extra time to reflect. A failure devastates one person, while another views it as a learning experience. The event is neutral. The judgment creates the reaction. Epictetus saw this clearly. He understood that suffering is not caused by reality, but by perception. Two people can face the same hardship. One remains calm, the other is consumed by stress. The difference is not in the event itself, but in how it is processed. This is why emotional resilience is not about controlling the world. It is about controlling the mind's response to it. The way to eliminate unnecessary suffering is to change the way things are judged. This is the essence of cognitive restructuring, something Epictetus mastered centuries before modern psychology. His method was simple but powerful. Whenever faced with distress, pause and examine the judgment behind it. Ask, what am I telling myself about this situation? The mind is constantly creating stories about what things mean, and those stories shape emotional reactions. If one can change the story, they can change the reaction. Marcus Aurelius practiced this every day. He wrote that people are not upset by things, but by the opinions they form about them. His entire approach to ruling Rome depended on this principle. When faced with betrayal, he did not see it as a personal attack. When confronted with hardship, he did not view it as unfair. He removed the emotional weight by controlling his judgments. This is why he remained steady while others crumbled under pressure. He did not allow his thoughts to poison his perception. Epictetus took this further. He broke down every negative emotion to its core judgment, stripping away the illusion that events themselves had power. If someone insulted him, he would not be disturbed. Why? Because the words had no meaning except the one he assigned to them. If something was taken from him, he did not feel loss. Why? Because he recognized that ownership was only ever temporary. His discipline was relentless. He did not just endure difficulty, he dismantled its ability to affect him. One of his most famous teachings was the dichotomy of control, which directly connects to cognitive restructuring. He taught that everything in life falls into two categories: things within control and things outside of control. The mistake most people make is wasting emotional energy on what they cannot control while neglecting what they can. This error creates endless frustration, fear, and disappointment. The moment one redirects their focus to only what is within their power, thoughts, actions, judgments, they eliminate the source of most suffering. This practice removes emotional reactivity. Instead of responding immediately to discomfort, one stops and analyzes the cause. Is the reaction based on reality, or is it based on assumption? Is the distress necessary, or is it a habit of thinking? The Stoics were not emotionless. They simply refused to blindly trust their first interpretation of events. They trained themselves to reframe their experiences so that nothing external could dictate their internal state. Seneca, a master of this technique, explained that most suffering is self-inflicted. People create misery by overestimating threats, exaggerating inconveniences, and attaching their peace to unstable things. He saw that one could eliminate much of life's distress simply by changing how things are viewed. This practice applies to all areas of life. If a person loses a job, they can see it as a catastrophe or as a chance to realign with something better. If they face rejection, they can see it as a failure or as proof that they are stepping outside their comfort zone. If plans fall apart, they can view it as a problem or as an opening for something unexpected. The event does not decide the reaction. The mind does. Modern psychology confirms what Epictetus taught. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, one of the most effective methods for treating anxiety and depression, is built on the same foundation. It trains individuals to identify distorted thinking, challenge automatic emotional responses, and replace negative judgments with rational assessments. The Stoics knew this long before science could explain it. They understood that by controlling interpretation, one controls experience. This ability to restructure thoughts creates true resilience. It means that nothing external has the power to disrupt inner peace. The same method can be applied to pain, uncertainty, loss, and fear. When something difficult happens, instead of reacting impulsively, one pauses, analyzes, and reframes. This is not denial. It is training the mind to see clearly. Epictetus himself faced extreme hardship. He was born into slavery, suffered abuse, and lived with a permanent disability. Yet, he did not see himself as a victim. He did not allow circumstances to define him. He trained his mind to control its judgments so that nothing external could dictate his state of being. His philosophy was not abstract. It was survival. His method follows a simple sequence. 1. Recognize the first reaction. Do not suppress it, but do not trust it. 2. Identify the judgment behind the reaction. What is the mind telling itself? 3. Question the truth of that judgment. Is it fact or is it assumption? 4. Reframe the situation. What is a more useful way to view it? The goal is not to force positive thinking. It is to remove false thinking. It is to ensure that thoughts are based on reason rather than impulse. The mind, left unchecked, distorts reality. It takes small inconveniences and turns them into crises. It treats impermanent losses as unbearable. It assumes intentions behind others' actions that may not exist. Cognitive restructuring eliminates these distortions. It replaces emotional chaos with clarity. This ability extends beyond personal challenges. It applies to dealing with people. Someone insults you. What does that mean? The untrained mind takes offense, feels wounded, reacts. The Stoic mind sees the insult for what it is, words, nothing more. Another person's opinion has no control unless it is granted control. The interpretation, not the insult itself, creates the pain. A person who understands this becomes untouchable. It applies to fear of the future. Anxiety is often caused by imagining worst-case scenarios and treating them as inevitable. The mind projects possibilities and reacts as if they are happening now. The Stoics trained themselves to interrupt this cycle. They asked, "Is this real, or is this just a thought?" They challenged their fears with reason, reminding themselves that the future is unknown, and worry does not alter its course. By mastering this, one gains absolute control over emotions, no longer dictated by circumstances, no longer tossed around by external events, no longer a prisoner to automatic reactions. Every moment presents a choice, to react or to restructure. This is what Epictetus meant when he said that it is not events that disturb people, but their judgments about them. People spend their lives trying to change events, but the only thing that ever needed to change was how events are seen. The Stoics did not seek a life without hardship. They sought the ability to remain undisturbed by it. They knew that emotional suffering is not caused by the world. It is caused by false perception. A person who corrects their perception becomes unshakable. They become free. Controlling judgments removes unnecessary suffering, but the battle for the mind is not won by removing false beliefs alone. The deeper challenge is overthinking, the endless loop of thoughts that paralyze action, drain energy, and create unnecessary anxiety. The Stoics understood that a mind without direction will consume itself. Thought is a tool, not a master, and when left unchecked, it can become a source of constant distress. The solution is not just to stop overthinking, but to replace it with something higher, eudaimonia, the state of living with purpose, clarity, and fulfillment. Overthinking is not the result of intelligence, but of mental misalignment. It happens when the mind focuses on things it cannot control, when it obsesses over the past or the future, when it fixates on possibilities instead of actions. The more a person thinks without direction, the more disconnected they become from the present. The Stoics saw this as a waste of life. The mind exists to serve action, not to trap itself in endless loops of uncertainty. A person who thinks too much and acts too little will always feel restless. They will always feel as though something is missing, because thought alone does not bring meaning, only purposeful living does. This is why the Stoics pursued eudaimonia, the highest form of human flourishing. Unlike fleeting pleasure or temporary success, eudaimonia is the deep sense of fulfillment that comes from living in alignment with virtue, wisdom, and action. It is not found in abstract contemplation, but in fully engaging with life as it is. Overthinking pulls a person away from reality. Eudaimonia brings them fully into it. A person stuck in anxious thought is disconnected from the moment, but a person pursuing eudaimonia is fully immersed in what they are doing, whether it is working, learning, creating, or helping others. Marcus Aurelius, despite ruling the most powerful empire of his time, constantly reminded himself not to waste time in useless thought. He knew that over-analyzing decisions, fearing the unknown, or dwelling on what was beyond his control would only weaken his ability to act. He wrote that a person should focus only on what is directly in front of them, doing the task at hand with full attention, without distraction, without hesitation. This is not just a way to be productive, it is a way to eliminate the stress that comes from overthinking. The mind, when fully occupied with meaningful action, does not have the space for anxiety. Epictetus reinforced this by teaching that worry comes from trying to control what is outside of oneself. The more a person tries to predict outcomes, anticipate every possibility, or mentally prepare for every scenario, the more exhausted they become. Thought, when misused, creates its own suffering. But when thought is directed toward action, when it is disciplined and used as a guide rather than a prison, it becomes a source of power instead of stress. This is why the Stoics lived by principles instead of emotions. A person ruled by emotions will always be trapped in overthinking. They will constantly wonder if they are making the right choices, if they are being judged, if they are missing out on something better. They will overanalyze every conversation, every decision, every possible mistake. But a person who follows reason and virtue does not need to think endlessly about their choices. They already know how to act. They do not waste time questioning themselves because their path is clear. Seneca observed that most people are tortured by their own minds. They do not live in the present, but in hypothetical futures and regretful pasts. They spend more time mentally preparing for life than actually living it. They wait for the perfect moment to act, delaying endlessly while their thoughts keep spinning. But there is no perfect moment. There is only now. Seneca saw overthinking as a disease of the untrained mind, a habit that weakens resolve and drains energy. His answer was simple: live immediately. Do not overanalyze. Act. Do not hesitate. Do what is right. Overthinking is the mind's way of avoiding action, but life is only moved forward through doing. This does not mean acting impulsively. The Stoics were not reckless, nor did they reject thought entirely. What they rejected was thought without direction, thinking that serves no purpose, thinking that only feeds doubt and anxiety. They trained themselves to think in ways that led to clarity, decision, and movement. If a problem could be solved, they solved it. If it was outside their control, they released it. If a decision needed to be made, they made it based on their principles, not on fear of what might happen. This is how they freed themselves from the paralysis of overthinking. One of the most effective Stoic techniques for overcoming overthinking was premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils. This practice involved calmly considering possible difficulties before they happened, but not in the way that anxious people do. Overthinkers imagine worst-case scenarios in order to feed fear, while Stoics did so to prepare their minds for acceptance. They did not dwell on potential problems with dread. They acknowledged them, planned for them, and then let them go. This mental exercise eliminated uncertainty. It turned overthinking into practical preparation and then released the need to think further. Another technique was viewing thoughts as separate from the self. Overthinkers identify with their thoughts, believing that because they think something, it must be true or important. But the Stoics trained themselves to observe thoughts rather than be controlled by them. If an anxious thought arose, they did not engage with it. They did not fight it. But they also did not indulge it. They simply let it pass. A thought is just a thought. It has no power unless it is given power. A person who understands this does not get lost in endless mental loops. They see their thoughts objectively, deciding which are useful and which are distractions. The key to escaping overthinking is engagement with the world. A person lost in thought is disconnected from reality, but a person who focuses on their work, their relationships, their growth, their contribution, is too occupied with life to be trapped in unnecessary thinking. Eudaimonia is found in action, in effort, in fully embracing the present moment. Anxiety thrives in hesitation, but it dies in purposeful movement. This is why the Stoics believed in daily structure and discipline. A person without clear direction will drift into overthinking. They will allow their mind to wander into doubts, worries, and second-guessing. But a person with clear principles and a set routine does not have time for over-analysis. They wake with purpose, they follow their duties, they engage with what is in front of them. They do not waste time debating whether they should do something. They already know what is necessary. This eliminates mental clutter, making the mind sharp, efficient, and at peace. Living with eudaimonia also means eliminating unnecessary choices. Overthinking often comes from having too many options, from believing that every decision is high stakes. The Stoics simplified their lives by focusing only on what mattered: virtue, wisdom, integrity. They did not chase fleeting desires, nor did they waste energy on trivial concerns. They trained themselves to desire only what was within their control. This mental clarity allowed them to move through life with confidence rather than hesitation. The modern world is designed to encourage overthinking. Endless information, constant comparison, unlimited choices. These all create mental overload. But the Stoic cure remains the same. Focus only on what is within control. Do what is right and release everything else. Do not waste time on hypotheticals. Do not dwell on what-ifs. Thought is only useful when it leads to action. Everything else is wasted energy. A person who embraces eudaimonia does not get lost in anxious thought because their mind is anchored in purpose. They do not obsess over minor decisions because they trust their principles. They do not let uncertainty freeze them because they know that life is not meant to be controlled, only responded to wisely. They live fully, without hesitation, without regret. They have replaced overthinking with clarity, anxiety with purpose, mental chaos with order. This is not a theory. It is a practice. It is the difference between watching life from inside the mind and actually living it. And a life fully lived has no space for overthinking. Replacing overthinking with purpose brings clarity, but there is still a deeper level of peace that the Stoics pursued, the peace that comes from making peace with death itself. Most people live in silent avoidance, pretending that time is unlimited, delaying what matters, fearing the inevitable. But fear of death is fear of life, because a person who avoids thinking about the end will never fully engage with the present. The Stoics understood this deeply, which is why they embraced memento mori, the practice of remembering mortality, not as a morbid thought, but as the key to fearless living. Nothing is more certain than death, yet nothing creates more anxiety for those who refuse to confront it. The thought of impermanence makes people uncomfortable, so they push it aside, hoping that if they do not acknowledge it, it will somehow stay far away. But this does not bring peace. It only creates subconscious fear, a low-level panic that manifests in distraction, attachment, and the avoidance of true presence. The person who denies death lives with an underlying tension, always trying to outrun the inevitable. The Stoics saw this as a weakness of perspective. To them, death was not something to be feared, but something to be understood. Avoiding the thought of mortality does not prevent it. Acknowledging it removes its power. A person who meditates on death does not become depressed. They become free. They no longer take time for granted. They no longer waste energy on trivial concerns. They no longer postpone what matters. Memento mori was their method for training the mind to live fully, urgently, without hesitation. Seneca warned against the greatest illusion, that people believe they have time. They make plans for the future, speak of what they will do someday, act as though life is endless. But he reminded his readers that life is not something in the distance, it is happening now. Every moment wasted in procrastination, in worry, in distraction, is a moment taken from the limited supply. To act as if time is unlimited is the greatest mistake a person can make. He urged people to see every day as a gift, every hour as a piece of existence that should not be thrown away. Marcus Aurelius went even further, reminding himself daily that he was already dying, not in the sense of imminent collapse, but in the simple truth that every moment lived is a moment closer to the end. People say they will prepare for death when it comes, but by then it is too late. Preparation happens now, in every action, in every decision, in every breath. Those who practice memento mori do not wait for the last moment to find meaning. They find it now because they understand that there may be no later. This understanding does not lead to despair. It leads to detachment from the unnecessary. A person who keeps death in mind does not waste time chasing approval. They do not hold on to grudges. They do not delay what is important. They live with focus because they know that every day is an opportunity to act in alignment with what truly matters. Death, instead of being a curse, becomes a teacher, a reminder to be present, to stop postponing, to strip life down to its essential core. Epictetus saw fear of death as the greatest obstacle to freedom. He knew that as long as a person feared their own end, they would never be able to act with complete courage. Fear makes people hesitate. It makes them cling to comfort. It makes them avoid risks, not because those risks are dangerous, but because they remind them of their own impermanence. The Stoic goal was not to remove death. It was to remove the fear of it, so that nothing could interfere with the ability to live boldly and with purpose. Memento mori also removes attachment to external things. The world teaches people to accumulate status, possessions, experiences, believing that these will bring security. But nothing external can be held onto forever. Everything will be lost eventually, whether through time, change, or death. The person who does not contemplate mortality clings desperately to things that cannot be kept. But the person who embraces memento mori lets go. They enjoy what they have without being owned by it. They engage with life fully, but with the understanding that nothing is truly theirs. This creates an unshakable peace. The Stoic who practices memento mori is never caught off guard. They do not resist the passage of time. They do not try to escape the reality of impermanence. They do not live in denial. Because of this, they live with complete clarity. They focus only on what is within their control, their actions, their character, their response to life. Everything else they release. This also changes how a person deals with hardship. When something goes wrong, those who fear death see it as a disaster. But the person who embraces mortality sees difficulty as part of the process. They do not see setbacks as personal attacks. They do not complain about misfortune. They recognize that life is always changing, always shifting, and that none of it can be held onto forever. This makes them flexible, adaptable, immune to unnecessary distress. The modern world avoids death at all costs. People hide from it, distract themselves, build entire lives around the illusion of permanence. But this only increases suffering. The person who is unprepared for death will always live in fear, whether they admit it or not. They will hold back from fully living because they do not want to think about the end. But the Stoics knew that the only way to be truly alive is to accept that it will all end someday and to act accordingly. This practice is not abstract. It can be applied daily in small ways. Seneca suggested that at the end of each day, a person should reflect on whether they lived as if this was their final day. Did they speak the truth? Did they act with integrity? Did they make time for what mattered? Did they let go of what did not? If the answer was no, then adjustments needed to be made. Marcus Aurelius wrote that in every action, a person should ask themselves, if this were my last moment, would I be at peace with it? This was not meant to create anxiety, but to eliminate hesitation. People put off difficult conversations, delay decisions, live as if time is unlimited. But the person who remembers memento mori does not delay anything that matters. They do what needs to be done now. This mindset also transforms relationships. Grudges are meaningless in the face of mortality. Petty arguments, wasted time, superficial conflicts, these all dissolve when one realizes that at any moment, either person could be gone. Memento mori does not just make life more meaningful, it makes love, friendship, and connection more urgent. There is no time for resentment. There is no space for unnecessary pride. Only gratitude, only presence, only appreciation for the time that remains. Those who live with memento mori do not fear the end because they have already made peace with it. They do not cling to life desperately, trying to prolong it at all costs. Instead, they use every second wisely, so that when the final moment does come, there is nothing left undone. They leave nothing unfinished, unsaid, or unexpressed. This is the paradox of death meditation. It does not lead to darkness, it leads to absolute freedom. It makes life lighter, not heavier. It removes stress, because it removes the illusion that anything can be held onto forever. It brings clarity because it removes distractions. It builds courage because it eliminates hesitation. A person who lives with the constant awareness of mortality never wastes time on things that do not matter. Memento mori is not about death, it is about life. It is the ultimate tool for eliminating fear, cutting through illusion, and fully engaging with every moment. A person who embraces it is fully awake, unburdened by regret, free from hesitation. They do not merely exist, they live. Accepting mortality removes hesitation, but understanding time itself is the next step. Life is not measured in years, but in moments, and most people let those moments slip away. They wait for the right conditions, thinking that someday they will act, someday they will change, someday they will pursue what matters, but someday does not exist. The Stoics knew that the present is the only time that belongs to a person, and the way they engage with it determines the quality of their life. This is where the concept of kairos comes in, the art of seizing the perfect moment. Unlike chronos, which represents linear time, kairos refers to the right time, the opportune moment, the window in which action must be taken. It is not measured by the clock, but by awareness. A person who understands kairos does not waste time waiting, nor do they rush without thought. They see when the moment is right and act decisively. Most people miss their moments because they are distracted or afraid. They hesitate, overthink, procrastinate, or assume that time will always be available. But opportunity does not wait. It arrives and disappears quickly. The Stoics understood that mastering time is about mastering presence, being fully engaged so that the right action is taken at the right time. Marcus Aurelius lived by this principle. He constantly reminded himself that life is short and unpredictable, so every moment had to be used wisely. He wrote that a person should live as if they might not wake up tomorrow, but without panic, only with a sense of purpose. He believed that every interaction, every decision, every experience should be approached with full presence, because that was the only way to ensure it was not wasted. Seneca warned against one of the greatest mistakes a person can make, believing they have time to spare. He saw people delaying their goals, postponing conversations, acting as if life could be put on hold. But time cannot be saved for later. It moves whether one is ready or not. Seneca called this the greatest theft, not when time is taken by others, but when it is wasted by the person who owns it. The Stoic way of mastering kairos starts with eliminating delay. Action should not be put off, waiting for better conditions. A person who constantly prepares but never moves forward is the same as one who does nothing at all. The best moment is never in the future. It is always now. Those who understand this do not hesitate when the opportunity comes, nor do they waste energy looking backward. They focus entirely on what is within their hands at this moment. Epictetus taught that the perfect moment is not something that appears. It is something created by action. People wait for the right circumstances, the right mood, the right conditions. But waiting is an illusion. The Stoics rejected this mindset completely. They did not rely on motivation or inspiration. They acted regardless of conditions, knowing that hesitation was the enemy of progress. Kairos also means knowing when to act and when to wait. It is not just about urgency, but about precision. Some moments demand immediate movement, while others require patience. The wise person knows the difference. A rushed decision can be as harmful as procrastination. Kairos is the ability to sense the right timing, to know when to push forward and when to hold back, when to speak and when to remain silent, when to seize and when to let go. This mastery of time changes how one experiences the world. Many go through life half-aware, either stuck in the past or anxious about the future. But Kairos requires deep presence. The only way to recognize the right moment is to be fully engaged with reality as it unfolds. Distraction is the enemy of opportunity. A person looking at their phone during a conversation, lost in thought while walking, or preoccupied while working, will miss the critical moments that shape their life. Presence creates awareness, and awareness allows one to see what others miss. The Stoics trained themselves to treat every moment as valuable. They did not rush through their days mindlessly, nor did they let time slip through their fingers. Every action was done with full attention. When they worked completely. When they rested fully. When they spoke with purpose. There was no mindless repetition, no wasted motion. This level of awareness allowed them to recognize the perfect moments when they arrived. One of the greatest causes of regret is missing opportunities that were right in front of us. People often realize too late that they should have taken a chance, should have said something, should have acted differently. But this regret comes from a lack of presence at the time the opportunity was available. The person who lives with Kairos has no regrets because they were fully aware when the moment was happening. They were not lost in distractions. They did not assume there would be another chance. They acted when the time was right. This also applies to relationships. Many take time with loved ones for granted, assuming there will always be another day, another conversation, another chance. But Kairos teaches that nothing is guaranteed. The right time to express gratitude, to repair a relationship, to show appreciation is always now. A person who understands this does not postpone what is important. They do not let moments slip away unappreciated. They live in a way that ensures that if today were the last day, nothing would be left unsaid or undone. Mastering Kairos also changes how one approaches challenges and setbacks. A person who is aware of time's movement does not see difficulty as an obstacle, but as a signal for action. There is no such thing as the wrong time to act virtuously, to improve, to make things right. Waiting for the perfect moment to begin is a mistake. The perfect moment is whenever action is needed. The modern world works against Kairos. Endless entertainment, digital distractions, and information overload make it harder than ever to remain present. People waste hours scrolling, filling time with meaningless activities, living passively instead of actively. But those who embrace Stoicism do the opposite. They train themselves to guard their attention, to focus only on what matters, to make sure every action is intentional. This leads to another key lesson: knowing when to let go. Not every opportunity is meant to be taken. Not every moment is worth fighting for. Some doors must be closed so that others can open. The person who understands Kairos knows when something has served its purpose and should be left behind. They do not cling to things that no longer serve them. They do not waste energy trying to force what is not meant to be. They trust the rhythm of life and move with it rather than against it. Seneca believed that wasting time was the greatest tragedy, greater than losing wealth, status, or possessions. Everything else can be regained, but lost time is never recovered. A person who does not master time will always feel as if they are running out of it. They will always be in a rush, always trying to catch up, always feeling behind. But the person who moves with time instead of against it feels no such stress. They know they are exactly where they need to be, acting exactly when they need to act. Kairos is not about luck or chance. It is about awareness, decisiveness, and presence. It is about understanding that time does not wait, that every moment holds power, that hesitation is the enemy of a full life. It is the ability to sense when an opportunity is unfolding and having the courage to take it. A person who lives by Kairos does not miss their moments. They do not wait for life to happen. They seize it. Mastering Kairos means knowing when to act. But another layer of wisdom is required to fully embrace time, not just using it well, but understanding that there is more of it than most people think. The modern world is obsessed with speed, efficiency, and productivity. People rush through their days, constantly feeling behind, as if time is slipping through their fingers. The paradox is that they feel like life is short while wasting enormous amounts of it. Seneca saw this problem centuries ago, and in his writings on the shortness of life, he dismantled the illusion that time is scarce. The real issue is not a lack of time, but a failure to use it properly. Most people do not live, they simply exist. They wake up, follow routines, fill their hours with obligations, distractions, and empty pursuits. They move from one thing to the next without questioning whether their time is being spent wisely. Then they look back and wonder where the years went. Seneca warned against this mindset, arguing that life is not short in itself. What makes it feel short is the way people waste it. He pointed out that those who complain about having no time are often the ones squandering it the most. Stress in the modern world is fueled by the constant feeling of being rushed. Deadlines, responsibilities, commitments, and endless tasks make people feel like there is never enough time. But Seneca's perspective flips this completely. The problem is not that there is too much to do. It is that people have lost control over their own time. They allow external demands to dictate their lives, filling their days with obligations that do not contribute to their growth or fulfillment. One of his key teachings was that life is long if you know how to use it. The problem is not the number of years a person has, but how much of those years are actually lived with awareness and purpose. Someone who is constantly distracted, constantly chasing things that do not matter, will feel like time is slipping away. But someone who values every hour and makes conscious choices will experience a rich and full life, no matter how long it lasts. The first step in solving modern stress through Seneca's wisdom is eliminating unnecessary commitments. Many people spend their days fulfilling obligations they never consciously agreed to. They say yes to things out of guilt, fear, or habit. They take on responsibilities that do not serve them. Seneca called this giving away pieces of one's life to others without realizing it. He warned that those who do not protect their time will find that it is stolen from them by other people's expectations, by meaningless work, by social pressures. The key to reclaiming time is learning to say no. Not everything deserves attention. Not every request must be accepted. Not every demand is urgent. Seneca believed that a person who does not guard their time carefully will wake up one day and realize that they have spent more of their life on other people's priorities than their own. Another cause of stress is living in the future instead of the present. Many people feel overwhelmed because they are constantly thinking ahead, planning, worrying, anticipating. They are rarely fully engaged in what they are doing because their minds are occupied with what comes next. Seneca saw this as one of the greatest thieves of time. He believed that those who are always preparing for life are the ones who never truly experience it. The solution is to treat each day as a complete unit. Instead of thinking of life as something that will be lived someday, Seneca advised treating each moment as a life within itself. If a person lives fully today, without worrying about tomorrow, they will never feel rushed. They will never feel as if time is slipping away because they are fully present in every second they have. One of the most powerful ways to remove the feeling of being rushed is to slow down and pay attention. In a world that encourages multitasking, speed, and constant movement, the mind becomes fragmented. People jump from one thing to the next, never stopping to fully engage with what is in front of them. Seneca believed that true richness in life comes from depth, not speed. Instead of doing many things quickly, he encouraged doing fewer things with full attention. This also applies to relationships. Many people feel disconnected because they do not give their full presence to others. They have conversations while thinking about something else. They spend time with loved ones while checking their phones. They are physically present but mentally elsewhere. Seneca saw this as a waste of human connection. He believed that every interaction should be treated as valuable because time with others is just as fleeting as time alone. Stress is often the result of chasing too many things at once. People believe they must accomplish everything, experience everything, and achieve everything, and this belief creates constant pressure. But Seneca's writings teach that not everything is worth pursuing. Some ambitions are distractions. Some goals are based on external expectations rather than true personal fulfillment. He urged people to define what truly matters and focus only on that. Those who know what is essential do not feel overwhelmed. They do not feel rushed. They feel in control of their time. Another major source of modern stress is trying to do everything alone. Many feel that they must carry the full weight of their responsibilities, never asking for help, never delegating, never relying on others. But Seneca saw this as an unnecessary burden. He believed that people are meant to support each other, to share duties, to trust in cooperation. The idea of complete independence is an illusion. True wisdom is knowing what to handle personally and what to release to others. Seneca also warned against seeking wealth and status as a solution to time anxiety. Many people believe that if they work harder, earn more, or achieve a higher position, they will finally have control over their time. But often, the opposite happens. The more they acquire, the more responsibilities they take on. The richer they become, the more they fear losing what they have. Instead of finding freedom, they become trapped by their own success. Seneca saw wealth not as an escape from time pressure, but as a test of whether a person truly understands what matters. Living fully without feeling rushed requires simplicity. Seneca believed that those who simplify their lives will always have more time than those who fill their days with unnecessary complexity. A person who owns fewer possessions has less to maintain. A person who focuses on a few meaningful relationships has deeper connections than someone who spreads themselves thin. A person who dedicates themselves to a single purpose does more than someone who constantly shifts between distractions. Another key lesson from Seneca's writings is treating death as a reminder, not a fear. People who fear time running out feel constant stress, but those who accept mortality live with urgency and appreciation. Every day is valuable because it is finite. Instead of seeing this as a cause for panic, Seneca saw it as a reason to act with clarity. Knowing that time is limited makes it easier to eliminate what does not matter and embrace what does. He also challenged the modern idea that rest is wasted time. Many people feel guilty when they are not being productive. They believe that every second must be used for work, self-improvement, or efficiency. But Seneca believed that true rest is necessary for a well-lived life. A mind that never pauses will always feel rushed. A person who never allows themselves stillness will always feel exhausted. He encouraged setting aside time not just for work, but for thinking, reflecting, and simply being. The key to solving modern stress is not doing more. It is removing what does not serve a meaningful life. A person who understands this does not live in a rush. They do not feel as if time is slipping away. They do not wake up feeling overwhelmed. They know that their time is being spent on what truly matters. Seneca's wisdom is simple but powerful. Life is not short. People just waste too much of it. A person who masters their time does not fear running out of it. They do not feel pressure to keep up with external expectations. They do not chase things that have no real value. They live fully, deliberately, without hesitation. They do not fear time. They own it. Mastering time brings clarity, but life is not lived in isolation. Every action, every thought, every decision happens in relation to others. No one exists alone, yet many struggle to balance connection and inner peace. Some become too detached, isolating themselves to avoid pain or disappointment. Others give too much, stretching themselves thin, losing their own stability in the process. The Stoics understood this challenge, and Heracles' circle offered a way to expand compassion without losing oneself. It was a method for seeing all of humanity as connected while maintaining emotional resilience. Hierocles, a lesser-known Stoic philosopher, described human relationships as a series of concentric circles. At the center is the individual. The next ring includes family, then friends, then community, then all of humanity. The goal of Stoic practice is to expand one's sense of identity outward, treating more and more people with the same care that is naturally given to those in the inner circles. But this does not mean sacrificing inner peace. True Stoic compassion is not about losing oneself in the needs of others. It is about understanding the right balance between connection and detachment. The mistake many make is believing that caring for others means absorbing their problems. They feel responsible for the emotions of those around them, carrying the weight of others' suffering. This leads to burnout, resentment, and exhaustion. But Stoic compassion is not about taking on the emotions of others. It is about acting with virtue while remaining internally steady. The Stoic does not collapse under the pain of the world. They acknowledge it, respond with wisdom, and continue forward without losing their own foundation. Epictetus warned against letting external events control one's emotional state. He understood that no one can truly help others if they are unstable themselves. A person who is constantly reacting, constantly drained, cannot be effective. True strength comes from being grounded in reason and virtue, offering support without becoming consumed by suffering. This is the difference between wise compassion and emotional entanglement. Marcus Aurelius embodied this principle. As emperor, he carried the responsibility of an entire empire, yet he remained centered. He did not allow the burdens of others to break his spirit. He acted with kindness, justice, and duty, but he did not let the chaos of the world dictate his peace. He understood that a leader, a parent, a friend, a citizen must be both engaged and detached, fully present, but not emotionally enslaved. Heracles' circle teaches that compassion is a skill, not an uncontrolled reaction. Many believe that empathy is simply feeling what others feel, but Stoicism takes a different approach. True compassion is seeing suffering clearly, understanding its causes, and responding with wisdom. It is not about drowning in emotion, but about choosing actions that are genuinely helpful. Seneca emphasized that helping others should be purposeful and sustainable. Many people give too much, not out of virtue, but out of guilt or social pressure. They say yes when they should say no. They help others at the expense of their own well-being. This is not true generosity. It is self-neglect disguised as kindness. The Stoics rejected this. They believed that a person must protect their own inner peace before they can truly offer anything meaningful to the world. Expanding the circle of concern does not mean sacrificing boundaries. It does not mean allowing others to take advantage or neglecting personal needs. A Stoic understands that limits are necessary. They give what is within their capacity without depleting themselves. They help when they can, but they do not carry burdens that are not theirs to bear. One of the biggest sources of emotional exhaustion is taking responsibility for things outside of control. Many feel obligated to fix every problem, to heal every wound, to solve every crisis. But not everything is within one's power. The Stoics understood that true peace comes from focusing only on what can be done and accepting what cannot. The key is discernment, knowing when to act and when to step back. Heracles' circle is a tool for expanding awareness without becoming overwhelmed. It starts with self-mastery. A person who is not in control of their own mind will struggle to help others effectively. They will react emotionally, becoming drained instead of remaining steady. A person must first learn to rule themselves before they can contribute to the world. The next level is family and close friends. Many assume that because relationships are close, they must be free of conflict. But the Stoics knew that those nearest to us often test our patience the most. It is easy to be kind to strangers. It is harder to be patient with those who challenge us daily. The practice here is seeing them with fresh eyes, removing expectations, and responding with virtue instead of frustration. Beyond that is the broader community. Many ignore this level, believing that personal life is separate from society. But Stoicism teaches that every person is part of a larger whole. To live only for oneself is to live in ignorance of reality. The Stoics saw citizenship, contribution, and service as essential. But again, this does not mean being consumed by the problems of the world. It means finding a meaningful way to engage without losing focus. The final level is all of humanity. The greatest wisdom comes from recognizing the shared nature of existence. People suffer in different ways, but all experience loss, struggle, and uncertainty. Seeing others as part of the same whole removes unnecessary anger, division, and resentment. It allows for a kind of universal compassion, a recognition that even those who act wrongly are often trapped in ignorance, fear, or pain. This perspective changes how conflict is approached. When someone is rude or aggressive, the natural reaction is defensiveness. But Heracles' circle teaches that they are not separate. They are part of the same whole. Their actions come from something deeper: misunderstanding, suffering, or false beliefs. Reacting with anger only increases the divide. Responding with clarity and patience maintains inner peace while still addressing the issue. Another key lesson is not expecting others to return kindness. Many people help with the hidden hope of recognition or gratitude. When it does not come, they feel resentment. The Stoic approach is different. They give without attachment. They help because it aligns with virtue, not because they seek validation. They do what is right because it is right, not because it guarantees reward. Heracles' circle is also a solution to loneliness. Many struggle with a sense of isolation, feeling disconnected from others. But this is often a result of not expanding one's sense of connection. A person who sees the world as separate, who views others as distant or unimportant, will always feel alone. But someone who recognizes their connection to a greater whole never feels isolated. They understand that even in solitude, they are part of something much larger. Practicing this requires daily reflection. The Stoics used journaling and meditation to reinforce their principles. They examined their interactions, questioning whether they responded with wisdom or impulse. They reminded themselves of the bigger picture, ensuring they did not fall into petty grievances or unnecessary conflict. This practice kept them aligned with their principles, allowing them to live with both compassion and peace. Another way to apply this philosophy is through small, consistent actions. Many believe that making a difference requires dramatic efforts, but the Stoics focused on what was within immediate reach. A kind word, a patient response, a moment of understanding. These small acts shape the world in ways that cannot always be seen. Expanding the circle does not mean solving global problems overnight. It means moving through daily life with awareness and intention. Heracles' circle is not just a concept. It is a practice. It is the art of caring deeply while remaining steady, of engaging with the world without losing oneself. It is the balance between involvement and detachment, between presence and inner calm. A person who understands this does not burn out. They do not carry burdens that are not theirs. They do not become bitter when kindness is not returned. They give without depletion, connect without attachment, and expand their awareness without losing their own foundation. They live with both strength and compassion, unshaken, engaged, fully present. Compassion without resilience leads to exhaustion, and resilience without discipline leads to weakness. The ability to expand one's awareness without losing inner strength is built through voluntary discomfort, the deliberate practice of facing hardship before it arrives. The Stoics understood that comfort breeds fragility, and that true mental endurance is developed by choosing discomfort before it is forced upon you. They trained their minds by willingly embracing challenges, knowing that a person who is prepared for adversity will never be broken by it. Most people seek ease, avoiding difficulty whenever possible. They mistake comfort for happiness, believing that a smooth life is a good life. But the Stoics saw things differently. They knew that the greatest enemy of strength is softness, that a person who is never tested will never grow. True stability does not come from a life free of hardship. It comes from developing the ability to endure anything without losing composure. Seneca warned against luxury dulling the mind. He saw how wealth and comfort weakened people, making them dependent on external conditions for their happiness. He trained himself against this by regularly practicing voluntary discomfort, sleeping on the floor when he had a bed, wearing rough clothing when he had fine garments, eating simple food when he had access to feasts. He did not do this because he enjoyed suffering. He did it to remind himself that he could live with less, that his well-being did not depend on external comfort. He stripped away luxury so that if one day it was taken from him, he would not feel deprived. He was already prepared. This practice eliminates fear. Many people live in quiet terror of losing what they have. They fear hunger, poverty, rejection, hardship. But the Stoic who chooses discomfort on their own terms removes this fear. They experience these things before they happen, proving to themselves that they can survive without complaint. When loss or hardship eventually comes, as it always does, they meet it with calm. They have already faced it. It does not control them. Marcus Aurelius lived by this principle, despite his status as emperor. He could have surrounded himself with excess, indulging in power and luxury, but he rejected this, keeping his life simple, refusing to let ease make him weak. He knew that greatness is built in discomfort and that hardship is the best teacher. He did not seek suffering, but he did not avoid it either. He met every challenge as a chance to sharpen his mind and strengthen his resolve. Epictetus, who was born into slavery, had no choice in his hardships, but instead of resenting his circumstances, he used them as training. He knew that suffering was part of life, but what mattered was how one responded to it. He taught that pain, loss, and struggle do not harm a person. Only their reaction to them does. He believed that if one could train the mind to embrace hardship, then no amount of suffering could ever truly harm them. One of the greatest benefits of voluntary discomfort is that it teaches gratitude. Many take their comforts for granted because they have never experienced life without them. They assume they will always have food, warmth, security. But when these things are deliberately taken away, even for a short time, perspective changes. Suddenly, simple things become valuable. A meal becomes a luxury. A warm bed becomes a gift. The mind shifts from expectation to appreciation. This practice also destroys attachment to material things. Many believe they cannot live without their comforts, their routines, their conveniences. But voluntary discomfort proves otherwise. A person who fasts realizes they do not need constant indulgence. A person who walks instead of driving learns that effort is not a burden. A person who endures the cold sees that they are not as fragile as they thought. This kind of training removes unnecessary dependence on external conditions. Modern society conditions people to seek maximum comfort at all times. Climate control, instant food, digital convenience, everything is designed to eliminate struggle. While these advances make life easier, they also weaken mental endurance. The less one struggles, the less they are capable of handling struggle when it inevitably arrives. This is why people today panic over minor inconveniences, feeling overwhelmed by problems that previous generations would have handled without complaint. The Stoics saw this coming centuries ago. They knew that too much ease creates mental weakness, that people who are never tested become emotionally fragile. The solution is not to reject comfort entirely, but to train oneself against dependence on it. This is why they practiced voluntary discomfort, not to punish themselves, but to harden their minds against unnecessary suffering. One of the most powerful Stoic exercises is periodic deprivation, intentionally removing comforts to prove they are not necessary. This could be fasting for a day, sleeping on the floor, taking cold showers, wearing simple clothing, or walking long distances instead of taking the easiest route. These practices remind the mind that it can handle more than it assumes. They prove that suffering comes not from discomfort, but from the fear of it. Another method is exposure to social discomfort. Many people fear embarrassment, rejection, or criticism, so they avoid situations where these things might happen. But this avoidance makes them weak, easily shaken by the opinions of others. A Stoic deliberately steps into situations that might cause discomfort, whether that means speaking in public, engaging in difficult conversations, or standing by their values even when others disapprove. The more one experiences discomfort, the less power it has. This practice extends to mental endurance as well. Many people avoid difficult emotions, distracting themselves instead of facing their fears, regrets, or anxieties. But the Stoics trained themselves to sit with discomfort rather than running from it. They did not suppress their emotions, but they did not indulge them either. They examined them with logic, questioning whether they were based on reality or mere perception. This allowed them to remain calm even in chaos. One of the greatest benefits of voluntary discomfort is that it removes the fear of failure. Many do not take risks because they are afraid of losing. They avoid challenges because they fear discomfort. But a person who trains themselves to handle discomfort willingly no longer fears failure. They know they can endure it. They know they can rise again. They do not hesitate because they are not afraid of temporary pain. The Stoic who practices voluntary discomfort becomes unshakable. They do not fear losing wealth because they have already learned to live with little. They do not fear hardship because they have already endured it. They do not fear rejection because they have faced it and survived. They have trained themselves to meet life on their own terms, rather than being controlled by fear of suffering. This discipline is not about self-denial, it is about self-mastery. It is about proving to the mind that it is stronger than external circumstances. A person who embraces hardship before it is forced upon them will never be broken by it. They will meet every challenge with confidence, knowing they have already prepared. Most people only discover their strength when they are forced into difficulty. The Stoic does not wait for hardship to arrive by chance. They seek it out, welcome it, and use it as a tool for growth. They do not live in fear of suffering. They train with it, so that when life tests them, they are already ready. A person who understands this never complains about discomfort. They do not seek an easy life. They seek a strong mind, an unbreakable will, a body that can endure, and a spirit that is beyond fear. They do not just survive hardship, they thrive in it. Strength is built in discomfort, but weakness grows in excess. A mind trained to endure hardship becomes unshakable, while a mind softened by luxury becomes dependent. The Stoics understood this deeply, and no one preached it more than Zeno of Citium, the founder of Stoicism. He warned that an attachment to wealth, comfort, and material excess was not just a danger to the body, but a poison to the mind. He saw how people who lived for luxury became prisoners of their own desires, unable to function without the comforts they had grown used to. True freedom, he believed, could only come from detaching from the need for unnecessary possessions. Zeno did not just speak of these ideas, he lived them. Born into wealth, he lost everything in a shipwreck. But instead of mourning his misfortune, he saw it as the greatest gift life could have given him. He famously said, "I made a prosperous voyage when I suffered shipwreck." He realized that before losing everything, he had been owned by his possessions, constantly thinking about maintaining, protecting, and growing his wealth. But once it was gone, he felt something he had never experienced before: true freedom. He no longer had anything to lose. He no longer had to worry about external riches. He had only himself, and for the first time, that was enough. This experience shaped the foundation of Stoicism. Zeno saw that wealth itself is not the problem. Attachment to wealth is. People often believe that accumulating more will bring security, but in reality, it creates fear. The richer a person becomes, the more they fear losing what they have. They build walls around their possessions, they avoid risks, they become anxious over things that should not control them. Instead of using wealth as a tool, they become its servant. Zeno preached a life of simplicity, not as a punishment, but as a path to strength. He encouraged his students to reduce their dependence on external things so that their happiness was never tied to what could be taken away. He believed that true wealth was not in possessions, but in self-sufficiency, the ability to wake up every day and know that no matter what happens, one can survive, adapt, and remain free. This approach led to what would later be known as minimalist Stoicism. The idea was not to reject all possessions, but to own only what was necessary and useful. Anything beyond that risked becoming a distraction, a source of attachment, or a burden. Zeno's philosophy was not about deprivation, it was about liberation. A person who needs little is impossible to enslave. A person who is comfortable with simplicity cannot be manipulated by fear of loss. Seneca, one of the wealthiest Stoics, echoed this idea despite his vast fortune. He believed that riches should be held loosely, never treated as a foundation for security. He practiced this by regularly living as if he were poor, wearing simple clothes, eating plain food, and reminding himself that if all his wealth disappeared, he would be just as capable, just as strong, just as at peace. The key was never allowing luxury to become a necessity. Luxury is seductive because it offers ease, but the Stoics saw that ease comes at a cost. The body becomes weak when it is not challenged. The mind becomes restless when it is overindulged. A person who grows used to luxury begins to expect it, and expectation leads to fragility. What was once a treat becomes a requirement. What was once special becomes ordinary. Soon, the absence of comfort feels like suffering, even when it is not. Zeno's rejection of over-reliance on luxury was not about morality or self-denial. It was about mental training. He wanted people to understand that they could live with far less than they thought. He wanted them to see that their well-being did not depend on silk clothing, fine food, or extravagant homes. He taught that strength is not in what a person owns, but in what they can live without. This way of thinking creates a person who is immune to financial stress. When people attach their happiness to luxury, they constantly chase more income, more possessions, more status. But this chase never ends. The moment one desire is fulfilled, another takes its place. This is why people who grow richer do not necessarily grow happier. They simply shift their worries from not having enough to not having as much as someone else. Zeno saw through this illusion. He knew that the only way to be free from financial anxiety is to stop needing more in the first place. Minimalist Stoicism does not mean rejecting money or comfort entirely. It means using them wisely, but never depending on them for inner peace. The Stoics understood that wealth could be useful, but only if it remained a tool, not a master. They believed in living below one's means, not out of fear, but out of choice, so that at any moment, if fortune changed, they would be ready. Marcus Aurelius, despite being an emperor, practiced this discipline. He wore simple clothing, slept on the ground when necessary, and reminded himself daily that power and luxury were temporary. He knew that if he became attached to comfort, he would lose his ability to lead with wisdom. If he needed wealth to feel secure, then he was already weak. True Stoicism was about keeping control over one's desires, ensuring that nothing external could dictate inner stability. Zeno's teachings also extended to how people measure success. Many judge their lives by how much they acquire, but Zeno taught that success is measured by how little one needs. A person who can live happily with the bare minimum is richer than someone who constantly needs more to feel satisfied. The Stoic approach to luxury is not having less, it is needing less. This mindset leads to greater independence. A person who depends on luxury will always be controlled by those who provide it. They will make compromises to maintain their status. They will fear loss more than they desire freedom. But a person who has trained themselves to live simply can never be manipulated. They are immune to bribes, resistant to greed, and indifferent to material loss. Modern society constantly pushes the idea that happiness comes from accumulation, more money, more possessions, more success. But the Stoics saw that this is a trap. The more people acquire, the more they worry about keeping it. The more they chase, the more exhausted they become. True contentment does not come from addition, it comes from subtraction. Removing unnecessary desires, eliminating false needs, cutting away the distractions that pull the mind in 1,000 directions. Zeno's lesson is clear. Own what is useful, release what is unnecessary, and never let possessions become chains. A person who understands this walks through life lightly, free from attachment, unshaken by loss. They do not need approval, luxury, or excess. They are at peace with simplicity, self-sufficiency, and an untouchable mind. This is not just an ancient idea, it is a solution to modern stress, financial anxiety, and the endless pursuit of more. Those who embrace minimalist Stoicism do not fear losing what they have, because they have already learned to live without it. They do not crave luxury, because they know happiness is found elsewhere. They do not chase wealth, they master it. Letting go of material attachments frees the mind, but the deepest form of detachment comes from mastering the fear of loss itself. People live in quiet anxiety, afraid of losing what they love, dreading unexpected misfortune, and hoping that life will remain stable. But the Stoics knew that nothing is permanent. Wealth, health, relationships, reputation, even life itself. Everything is temporary. To deny this truth is to live in constant fear. The answer is not to avoid thinking about loss, but to prepare the mind for it. This is why the Stoics practiced negative visualization, premeditatio malorum, the deliberate act of imagining loss before it happens to eliminate the power it holds over the mind. Most people assume that thinking about bad things will only increase worry, but the opposite is true. When a person avoids the thought of loss, they make it more terrifying. They push it aside, hoping it will never happen, and when it does, they are completely unprepared. But when they confront it willingly, they train themselves to handle it with strength. Instead of reacting with shock or despair, they respond with clarity and acceptance. Seneca taught that people suffer twice, once in their imagination and once in reality. Those who do not train their minds spend years fearing possible disasters, only to suffer even more when they finally arrive. But those who practice negative visualization suffer only once, when the event actually happens. They have already faced it in their minds, already accepted it, already understood that it was always a possibility. Because of this, when difficulties come, they remain steady. They do not fall apart. They do not waste time wishing things were different. They meet reality head-on without hesitation. This practice is not about pessimism. The Stoics did not walk through life expecting the worst. They simply refused to live in denial. They knew that loss is part of existence, that pain is unavoidable, that nothing is truly theirs to keep. They saw that the greatest suffering comes not from loss itself, but from the false belief that loss should not happen. When one accepts impermanence, fear dissolves. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that those he loved, the empire he ruled, the comforts he enjoyed, all of it could disappear at any moment. This was not to make himself miserable, but to ensure that he appreciated everything while it lasted. When a person refuses to acknowledge loss, they take life for granted. But when they remember that everything is temporary, they cherish what they have without clinging to it. This practice also eliminates entitlement. Many people believe that because they have something today, they are owed it tomorrow. They assume their relationships will last, their health will remain, their plans will unfold exactly as they want. When reality does not match these expectations, they feel robbed. But the Stoic does not make assumptions about the future. They know that nothing is promised. Because of this, they are never caught off guard. They enjoy everything without demanding that it stay the same. One of the greatest benefits of negative visualization is that it makes people more grateful. When a person visualizes loss, even briefly, they see their life with new eyes. A simple meal becomes a privilege. A quiet moment becomes valuable. A loved one's presence is no longer taken for granted. People often assume that happiness comes from gaining more, but in reality, happiness comes from appreciating what is already there. Seneca encouraged his students to reflect on what they would miss if it were gone, not to make themselves sad, but to sharpen their awareness. He knew that those who assume they have unlimited time will waste it, but those who remember that time is finite will use it wisely. This method also removes overreaction to misfortune. Many people spiral into panic when things go wrong, not because the situation is truly unbearable, but because they never prepared their minds for difficulty. They act as if hardship is an unfair mistake rather than an inevitable part of life. But when a person has already mentally rehearsed setbacks, they meet them without panic. They remain clear-headed because nothing is truly unexpected. The Stoics applied negative visualization to all areas of life. If they had wealth, they imagined losing it. If they had health, they considered what would happen if it declined. If they had success, they reminded themselves that it was not guaranteed. This did not make them miserable. It made them free. They lived without fear because there was nothing left to fear. This practice does not mean dwelling on negativity. It means briefly acknowledging impermanence, then returning to the present with deeper appreciation. A person who trains in this way does not wake up hoping that nothing will ever change. They wake up knowing that everything will change, and they are ready for it. Epictetus believed that one of the biggest causes of suffering was forgetting that everything is borrowed. People do not own their wealth, their health, or even their relationships. These things are on loan from the universe, and at any moment they can be taken back. The untrained mind sees this as unfair. The trained mind sees it as reality. This method also removes anger toward fate. Many people resent their hardships, believing they should have been spared. But the Stoic does not waste energy resisting the inevitable. They do not shake their fists at misfortune because they knew it would come. They accept it, adapt, and continue forward. Negative visualization is also a powerful tool for decision-making. Many people hesitate out of fear of failure, rejection, loss. But when they deliberately visualize the worst-case scenario, they see that it is rarely as bad as they think. They realize that even if they fail, they will survive. Even if they lose, they will rebuild. Fear loses its grip because they have already faced it in their minds. This practice is also useful in dealing with people. A Stoic who mentally prepares for insults, criticism, or betrayal will never be shaken when they happen. They do not take things personally because they have already considered that this is simply part of life. They are not naive about human nature, so they do not feel surprised or offended when people act as people do. One of the most profound applications of this practice is in facing mortality. Most people avoid thinking about death, hoping that if they ignore it, it will stay far away. But the Stoics did the opposite. They reflected on their own mortality regularly, not to create fear, but to remove it entirely. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that death is not an interruption of life. It is part of life. Seneca wrote that a person who accepts death never wastes time because they know that every moment is meaningful. Negative visualization is not about expecting the worst. It is about being mentally prepared for anything. It is about removing illusions of permanence so that nothing can take a person by surprise. It is about embracing impermanence, not fearing it. A person who masters this practice lives fully, appreciates deeply, and faces loss without breaking. They do not beg the universe to spare them from misfortune. They meet everything that comes with courage, clarity, and acceptance. They do not fear loss. They have already overcome it. Accepting loss removes fear, but true mastery of life is not found in brief moments of resilience. It is built through daily practice. Strength is not something to be summoned only in times of crisis. It must be cultivated in every action, every choice, every habit. The Stoics did not believe in separating philosophy from life. They saw it as something that should be lived, not merely studied. No one embodied this idea more than Musonius Rufus, the lesser-known teacher of Epictetus, who turned ordinary life into a constant meditation on virtue. While others wrote grand theories, Musonius focused on how to live Stoicism in every moment. He believed that philosophy was useless if it did not shape daily behavior. It was not about memorizing principles. It was about training the mind through action. He taught that every meal, every conversation, every task was an opportunity to strengthen character. There was no separation between philosophy and life. They were the same thing. He rejected the idea that wisdom was something to be sought only in books or deep discussions. He saw it in how a person carried themselves, how they spoke, how they handled discomfort, how they treated others. To him, discipline was not an occasional effort. It was something to be practiced constantly, even in the smallest decisions. One of his most radical beliefs was that virtue is a skill that must be trained like any other ability. Just as an athlete strengthens their body through consistent effort, the mind must be strengthened through repeated practice of self-control, patience, and resilience. He did not see philosophy as something abstract. It was a daily workout for the soul. Musonius believed that a person's daily routine revealed their true philosophy. It did not matter what they claimed to believe. What mattered was how they lived. He emphasized that actions, not words, define character. A person could speak endlessly about self-discipline, but if they indulged in every pleasure, they were not truly disciplined. A person could admire wisdom, but if they avoided challenges, they were not truly wise. He was one of the few Stoics who placed a strong emphasis on diet and physical health, not for vanity, but because the body influences the mind. He argued that a person who lacked control over their physical urges would struggle to control their emotions. He encouraged simple eating, not because he rejected pleasure, but because he knew that excess weakens the will. He saw restraint in food as a form of mental training. If a person could control their appetite, they could control their thoughts. For Musonius, hardship was not an obstacle, it was a tool. He taught that embracing small discomforts every day was the best way to prepare for larger difficulties. A person who never tested themselves with discomfort would be easily broken when true hardship arrived. But someone who regularly practiced discipline, who learned to endure small difficulties without complaint, would develop an unshakable mind. One of his most controversial beliefs was that philosophy was not just for the elite. Many in his time believed that only the educated, the wealthy, or the powerful had access to wisdom. Musonius rejected this completely. He believed that anyone, regardless of background, could train themselves in virtue. He argued that a simple laborer who worked with integrity was more philosophical than a scholar who merely spoke about ethics but did not live by them. He also believed that women should be trained in philosophy just as much as men. This was radical for his time. Most philosophers ignored or dismissed the idea that women could engage in deep thinking. Musonius saw no reason why they should be excluded. He believed that virtue has no gender, that strength of mind, resilience, and wisdom were just as important for women as for men. He argued that all human beings, regardless of status, should be trained to think clearly, act wisely, and live virtuously. He emphasized that philosophy was not about knowledge, but about habit. He warned against the mistake of treating philosophy as an intellectual exercise. A person who read books on courage but avoided difficulty was not courageous. A person who studied self-control but indulged every impulse was not disciplined. He believed that every moment of life was a test of character, and a person's daily actions were the real measure of their philosophy. One of his most practical teachings was that work itself is a form of meditation. He did not believe that wisdom was only found in moments of reflection or stillness. He believed that a person's character was shaped by how they approached their daily tasks. Whether farming, building, writing, or speaking, every action was a chance to practice discipline, patience, and resilience. He criticized those who sought philosophy only when they had free time. He saw this as a mistake because life itself is the training ground. He taught that a person should not wait for the perfect moment to practice Stoicism. Every moment is the perfect moment. Whether dealing with an inconvenience, speaking with someone difficult, or enduring physical discomfort, life constantly provides opportunities to practice virtue. Musonius also warned against seeking philosophy for admiration. He saw that many people wanted to appear wise rather than actually be wise. They used complex words, spoke about deep ideas, but did not live by them. He believed that philosophy should be silent in speech, but loud in action. The greatest proof of wisdom was how a person behaved when no one was watching. One of his most important lessons was embracing simplicity. He saw that people often complicate their own lives, overthinking problems, chasing unnecessary desires, and making themselves restless. He encouraged living with fewer distractions, keeping the mind focused only on what was essential. He saw that clutter in life leads to clutter in the mind, and that a person who simplifies their daily routine will also simplify their thoughts. He also spoke against the idea that success in life should be measured by wealth, reputation, or comfort. He argued that true success was measured by how well a person lived according to their principles. A person who was unknown but lived with integrity was more successful than a famous person who compromised their values. A person who had little but needed nothing was richer than someone who had everything but lived in fear of loss. Musonius also believed that resilience is built in daily habits. Many people wait until a crisis to test their strength, but by then it is too late to train. He encouraged constant small acts of self-discipline, waking early, eating modestly, speaking truthfully, working diligently. These small efforts, repeated daily, created a foundation of mental endurance. One of the most overlooked aspects of his teaching was the importance of gratitude. He saw that many people suffered not because they lacked things, but because they failed to appreciate what they had. He believed that gratitude should be practiced daily, not just in moments of reflection, but in how one interacts with life itself. Every meal, every conversation, every task was an opportunity to acknowledge the gift of existence. His approach to philosophy was deeply practical. He saw no value in abstract theories if they did not change how a person lived. He wanted people to see that wisdom is built in the smallest moments of life, in how one rises from bed, in how one responds to irritation, in how one carries out their duties. His legacy is not in grand books or complex arguments. It is in the art of turning daily life into training. Every moment, every challenge, every routine was a chance to become stronger, wiser, and more resilient. Musonius Rufus did not see philosophy as something to be studied. He saw it as something to be lived. Turning daily life into a meditation builds self-mastery. But even the most disciplined mind faces a challenge that is harder to control: other people. No amount of training prevents the reality that life is filled with difficult personalities. Some deceive, manipulate, insult, or take advantage. Some drain energy, provoke conflict, or create unnecessary chaos. Many feel powerless in the face of this, allowing toxic relationships to dictate their emotions. But the Stoics understood that no one has the power to disturb inner peace unless it is given to them. They developed strategies to handle toxic people without losing clarity, patience, or strength. Most assume that toxic individuals must be confronted, changed, or removed completely. The Stoics took a different approach. They saw that people are the way they are, and expecting them to be different is a recipe for suffering. Instead of trying to control others, they focused on controlling their own responses. They did not react emotionally to insults, manipulation, or conflict. They observed, understood, and responded with wisdom instead of frustration. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that he would encounter people who were dishonest, ungrateful, arrogant, selfish, and unreasonable. He did not pretend otherwise. He accepted that this was part of life. But he also reminded himself that their behavior was not his concern. His own behavior was. This approach eliminates disappointment. Many people suffer because they expect fairness from those who are incapable of it. The Stoic does not expect integrity from the dishonest, kindness from the cruel, or wisdom from the foolish. They understand that people act according to their nature. This does not mean tolerating mistreatment. The Stoics were not passive. They set clear boundaries but without anger. They removed themselves from harmful situations but without resentment. They spoke the truth but without expecting others to accept it. They focused on what was within their power, their own conduct, their own thoughts, their own peace. Seneca warned against letting others' bad behavior become an excuse for losing self-control. Many justify anger by saying, "They made me react this way." But the Stoic rejects this mindset. No one makes another person lose control. Control is surrendered voluntarily. The wise person does not mirror the faults of others. They do not return insult for insult, deception for deception, cruelty for cruelty. They remain steady, unaffected, because their peace is not dependent on external forces. One of the most effective Stoic strategies for handling toxic people is detachment from ego. Many conflicts are fueled by the desire to be right, to win arguments, to prove superiority. The Stoics saw this as a waste of energy. A person who is secure in themselves does not need validation from others. They do not need to correct every wrong opinion. They do not need to seek revenge for every slight. They remain indifferent to the games others play. Epictetus taught that when someone insults, criticizes, or mocks, the reaction should not be anger, but curiosity. Why does this person act this way? What pain, ignorance, or insecurity drives them? Instead of taking things personally, the Stoic sees them as a reflection of the other person's struggles, not their own worth. This approach turns conflict into a test of patience and wisdom. Instead of seeing difficult people as obstacles, they become opportunities for self-mastery. Every insult is a chance to practice composure. Every deception is a chance to practice discernment. Every conflict is a chance to practice control. The person who embraces this mindset becomes untouchable. Seneca also believed that avoiding unnecessary interactions was a sign of wisdom. Many feel obligated to engage with toxic individuals, believing that they must endure their presence out of duty, politeness, or social expectation. But the Stoics rejected this. They saw no value in unnecessary suffering. They did not feel guilty for limiting contact with those who drained their energy. They prioritized their own clarity and focus over pleasing others. This does not mean withdrawing from society. The Stoics were engaged with the world, but they were selective with their attention. They knew that not every battle was worth fighting, not every opinion was worth debating, not every person was worth engaging. They conserved energy for what truly mattered. Marcus Aurelius taught that judging others is pointless because everyone is fighting battles that are unseen. Many toxic behaviors come from fear, insecurity, or past wounds. The Stoic does not excuse bad behavior, but they do not waste time resenting it either. They see that every person acts according to their level of awareness. Some are blinded by ego. Some are trapped in ignorance. Some do harm because they themselves have been harmed. Understanding this removes the need for hatred. This mindset leads to a quiet confidence. A person who applies Stoicism to relationships does not react impulsively. They do not get pulled into drama. They do not waste energy trying to make others understand them. They choose where to direct their attention. One of the most powerful Stoic tools for dealing with difficult people is the view from above. This exercise involves mentally stepping back from a situation, seeing it from a higher perspective. Instead of being consumed by emotion, they observe interactions as if watching from a distance. This prevents overreaction. When an argument is seen from above, it looks insignificant. When an insult is seen from above, it loses its sting. Epictetus believed that peace comes from focusing only on what is within control. People waste time trying to change others, trying to force apologies, trying to make toxic individuals see their mistakes. But none of this is within control. The only thing a person controls is their own response. The Stoic approach is not about fixing others. It is about maintaining one's own stability no matter what others do. Another key principle is responding with minimal energy. Many toxic individuals thrive on reaction. They provoke to get attention, argue to feel important, manipulate to create control. The Stoic does not feed this. They respond with calm indifference, refusing to give their energy to pointless conflict. They answer insults with silence, deception with clarity, manipulation with firmness. They never over-explain, never plead, never try to force understanding. Seneca also emphasized that forgiveness is not about the other person. It is about freeing oneself from emotional burdens. Many carry resentment, replaying past offenses, holding on to anger. But this only ties them to the very people they wish to be free from. The Stoic does not forgive because others deserve it. They forgive because they refuse to let negativity take space in their minds. Marcus Aurelius advised that the best revenge is not to be like the one who wronged you. Many seek justice by trying to hurt those who hurt them, but this only keeps them trapped in the same cycle. The Stoic seeks liberation, not revenge. They remove toxic individuals not with anger, but with indifference. They walk away without bitterness, without regret, without looking back. This practice leads to a life free from unnecessary suffering. It creates a mind that is immune to pettiness, undisturbed by provocation, unshaken by negativity. Toxic people no longer hold power. Their words, their actions, their attempts to create conflict become meaningless. A person who masters this moves through life with quiet strength. They are fully engaged with the world, but never controlled by it. They choose their battles wisely. They respond instead of react. They focus on what truly matters and ignore the rest. They do not waste time fixing others. They master themselves. Mastering relationships means refusing to be controlled by the behavior of others. But an even deeper test of self-mastery is escaping the need for approval. Many people are not only influenced by toxic individuals, they are enslaved by reputation, status, and external validation. They shape their actions based on how they will be perceived, constantly adjusting themselves to gain favor, respect, or admiration. The Stoics saw this as one of the greatest traps of the human mind. To them, true freedom begins when a person stops living for the opinions of others. Most people spend their lives chasing approval. They want to be liked, respected, admired. They fear judgment, criticism, and rejection. They work endlessly to build an image, hoping that others will see them as successful, intelligent, or important. But the Stoics saw that this chase is endless. No matter how much approval is gained, the fear of losing it remains. A person who depends on reputation is never truly secure. Their confidence is borrowed from others, and the moment it is taken away, they crumble. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that the opinions of others are fleeting and unreliable. The same people who praise today will criticize tomorrow. The same crowd that cheers will turn against you when it is convenient. Those who chase status become trapped, constantly shifting to meet expectations, never free to live by their own principles. The Stoic does not chase admiration because they do not need it. Their sense of worth comes from within, not from applause or validation. Seneca warned that public approval is dangerous because it creates dependence. The more a person builds their self-worth on recognition, the more fragile they become. They start to make decisions not based on what is right, but on what will be well received. They fear standing alone. They fear disapproval. They shape their actions not for themselves, but for the expectations of the crowd. The Stoic sees this as a form of self-imprisonment. They refuse to let their identity be dictated by external forces. Epictetus taught that reputation is not within control. People will think what they want. Some will admire, some will resent, some will misunderstand. A person can act with complete integrity and still be hated. A person can do everything right and still be misjudged. The Stoic does not waste time trying to force others to see them in a certain way. They focus only on living by their principles. If this leads to respect, it is irrelevant. If it leads to criticism, it is also irrelevant. This mindset creates unshakable freedom. A person who does not need approval cannot be manipulated. They do not compromise their values to gain favor. They do not chase trends to fit in. They do not alter their actions out of fear of judgment. They move through life unaffected by praise or blame. Most people measure success by external markers: wealth, titles, reputation, recognition. But the Stoic sees these as illusions. None of them bring lasting peace. Many of history's most admired figures were miserable. Many of the richest individuals were deeply insecure. Many who had everything still felt empty. The Stoics understood that status is not an indicator of wisdom or virtue. They did not seek to be seen as great. They sought to be great, regardless of who noticed. Marcus Aurelius, despite being an emperor, constantly reminded himself that power meant nothing if it was not used wisely. He wrote that kings and beggars meet the same fate. Titles disappear, wealth fades, statues crumble. Those who once held great influence are forgotten, their names washed away by time. He trained himself to see status as meaningless so that he would never become attached to it. Seneca pointed out that chasing reputation often leads to the loss of integrity. Many sacrifice their principles to maintain an image. They act differently in public than in private. They say what is popular instead of what is true. They fear losing favor more than they fear losing themselves. The Stoic refuses this trade. They would rather be unknown and live by their values than be celebrated for something false. Epictetus reminded his students that true respect is earned through action, not through image. Many spend their energy crafting appearances instead of building character. They work harder to look successful than to actually be successful. They seek to impress rather than to improve. But no amount of admiration can replace inner strength. A person who relies on validation is constantly anxious, always fearing that they will be exposed as less than what they pretend to be. The Stoic approach is to detach from reputation entirely. This does not mean acting recklessly. It does not mean ignoring social responsibilities. It means never allowing public perception to dictate personal integrity. A Stoic does what is right, even if no one sees it. They hold to their values, even if it costs them popularity. They remain steady in who they are, no matter how the world shifts around them. Many fear being misunderstood. They want to explain themselves, correct false impressions, prove their worth. But the Stoic lets go of this need. They understand that others will always form opinions, and these opinions are beyond control. They do not waste time defending themselves against every critic. They do not seek to change minds that are unwilling to see. Marcus Aurelius advised thinking of how quickly the world forgets. The names of past rulers, philosophers, warriors, most are lost to history. Even the most famous will one day be nothing more than a mention in a book. If this is true, why waste energy chasing status? Why fear losing something that is meaningless in the long run? The Stoic focuses on what is timeless: virtue, wisdom, character, instead of temporary recognition. Seneca taught that true power comes from needing nothing external. A person who does not crave approval cannot be threatened. A person who does not fear criticism cannot be silenced. A person who does not seek fame cannot be used. They are independent, free from the invisible chains that control so many. This philosophy also changes how one sees criticism. Many react to insults with anger or defensiveness, but the Stoic sees criticism as either true or false. If it is true, it is a chance to improve. If it is false, it is meaningless. Either way, there is no reason for offense. The opinions of others do not define reality. This approach leads to a quiet confidence. A Stoic does not seek admiration, but they often receive it, not because they chase it, but because they are genuinely strong, unshaken, and self-sufficient. People are naturally drawn to those who do not need their approval. They respect those who do not beg for respect. This is the irony of status. Those who reject it entirely often gain it effortlessly. The modern world is filled with status games. Social media encourages people to seek validation, to measure self-worth by likes, followers, or engagement. But the Stoic does not participate in this. They do not measure their value by digital numbers. They do not live for external approval. They live for truth, virtue, and personal excellence. This mindset also removes envy. Many feel discontent because they compare themselves to others. They see someone with more wealth, more recognition, more success, and feel inadequate. But the Stoic does not compare. They know that external achievements do not determine happiness. They focus on their own path, their own growth, their own peace. Detaching from reputation also leads to fearlessness. Many hesitate to take risks because they fear failure in the eyes of others. But the Stoic is not concerned with embarrassment. They would rather fail in pursuit of truth than succeed in deception. They are not afraid of looking foolish. They are afraid only of compromising their principles. The ultimate lesson of Stoicism is that external validation is an illusion. It does not bring lasting fulfillment. It does not create real strength. It is unreliable, fragile, and meaningless in the face of time. The only thing that matters is how one lives, not how one is perceived. A person who understands this moves through life unburdened. They are not worried about opinions. They do not seek applause. They are free to act, speak, and live without fear. They are not controlled by the world around them. They control themselves. Reputation is meaningless to a Stoic, but integrity is everything. Many abandon their principles when power, wealth, or fear threaten their position. They compromise to survive, justify small betrayals, and convince themselves that bending to pressure is necessary. But there are rare individuals who refuse to yield, who hold their values so tightly that they are willing to lose everything rather than betray them. Cato the Younger was one of these people. In a world where politics was dominated by corruption, manipulation, and ambition, he stood as an immovable force of honesty, self-discipline, and unshakable conviction. He was not just a politician. He was a symbol of Stoic resistance, a man who lived by his philosophy so completely that he carried it to his final breath. Cato was not interested in power for its own sake. He was not concerned with wealth, fame, or status. He saw political office as a duty, not an opportunity. While others sought influence to enrich themselves, he used his position to fight for what was right, regardless of the cost. He spoke the truth even when it was dangerous. He opposed corruption even when it was popular. He refused to align with tyrants even when it meant risking his life. The Roman Republic was crumbling under greed and ambition. Politicians were no longer serving the people. They were serving themselves. Bribery controlled elections. Fear controlled decisions. Loyalty was bought, not earned. In this environment, Cato stood alone, refusing to participate in the decay of his nation. He was relentless in his opposition to dishonesty, often making powerful enemies in the process. While others changed their values to fit the times, Cato did not change. He remained exactly as he had always been, unyielding, incorruptible, and indifferent to personal loss. He was not just principled in words. His actions matched his beliefs in every way. He refused luxury, dressing simply, eating modestly, and living as a common citizen even when he held great power. He did not see public service as a way to elevate himself, but as a responsibility to uphold justice. While others enjoyed excess, he practiced strict self-discipline, ensuring that he was never ruled by comfort or desire. His philosophy was not a performance, it was the core of his existence. One of his greatest tests came in his opposition to Julius Caesar. Many saw Caesar's rise as inevitable. They either joined him or stayed silent out of fear. But Cato refused to bend. He saw in Caesar the destruction of the Republic, the rise of tyranny disguised as leadership. He fought against him politically, refusing to allow Rome to fall under the rule of one man. While others sought compromise, Cato saw only one option: defend the Republic at all costs. His resistance was not just words. When Caesar offered him positions of power to gain his support, he rejected them. He could have secured a comfortable future for himself, but he refused to betray his principles for personal gain. He believed that power without virtue was worthless, and no amount of wealth or status could tempt him away from his duty. He stood in direct opposition to Caesar in the Senate, arguing against his policies, exposing his ambition, and denouncing his attempts to seize absolute power. He did this knowing that it would put him in danger. He did not waver. He was not afraid of exile, imprisonment, or death. He had trained himself for this moment. The defining moment of his life came when Caesar ultimately took control of Rome. The Republic had fallen. Many who once opposed Caesar surrendered, choosing survival over resistance. Cato could have done the same. He could have accepted a position under Caesar's rule. He could have lived in wealth and safety. But to him, this was unthinkable. Rather than live under tyranny, he chose to die free. In exile, with no army and no chance of victory, he took his own life rather than accept Caesar's rule. He did this not out of despair, but out of defiance. His final act was a statement. He would not live in a world without virtue. He would not bow to a man he saw as a dictator. He would not be part of a system that had abandoned its ideals. This was not a moment of weakness. It was the final proof of his strength. He died as he lived, uncompromising, unafraid, and completely in control of his own fate. His suicide was not a retreat. It was the ultimate rejection of tyranny. Caesar had conquered Rome, but he had not conquered Cato. His legacy became legendary. Even those who opposed him respected his unwavering commitment to integrity. His name became a symbol of resistance. He was proof that it is better to die with honor than to live in submission. His life was a direct challenge to those who let fear dictate their actions. He showed that principles are only real if they are upheld in the face of danger. Cato's philosophy was simple: do what is right, no matter the cost. This meant rejecting bribes, refusing to compromise on justice, and never allowing fear to determine his decisions. He saw life as a test of character, and he refused to fail. His approach to politics was deeply Stoic. He believed that a leader should not seek power, but be worthy of it. He did not view himself as important. Only his duty mattered. He did not crave influence. Only the preservation of virtue was worth fighting for. He also understood that true leadership requires personal sacrifice. Many leaders believe they are entitled to special privileges. They expect luxury, obedience, and admiration. Cato rejected all of this. He lived humbly, led by example, and never placed himself above the people he served. His strict discipline was not just for show. He trained himself daily, practicing physical endurance, mental toughness, and absolute self-control. He did not allow emotions to cloud his judgment. He did not let desire dictate his actions. His will was hardened against comfort, making him one of the most disciplined individuals in Roman history. Many see politics as a world of compromise, where ideals must be sacrificed for practical gains. Cato proved that this was not true. He showed that it is possible to remain honest in a corrupt system. He demonstrated that a person can hold their values even when surrounded by deception. He was living proof that integrity is a choice, not a weakness. Even after his death, his influence remained strong. His name was invoked by those who resisted future tyranny. He became a legend, a myth, a standard of uncompromising virtue. Philosophers, statesmen, and revolutionaries looked to him as an example of what it means to stand firm in the face of corruption. His life teaches that true strength is not found in wealth, power, or reputation. It is found in the ability to hold to one's values under pressure. Many people adjust their beliefs based on circumstances. Cato never did. His moral compass never shifted. He showed that principles mean nothing if they are abandoned when they are most needed. His death was not the end of his influence. It was his final lesson, that some things are more important than life itself. That virtue is worth any price. That the greatest victory is never surrendering to corruption, no matter the consequences. Cato did not die a ruler. He did not die rich. He did not die in comfort. He died free. Cato the Younger proved that emotional control is not about suppression. It is about unshakable discipline in the face of chaos. His ability to stand firm under pressure was not luck, nor was it a natural talent. It was the result of training his mind, shaping his emotions, and building resilience against external forces. The Stoics understood that controlling emotions was not about rejecting them, but about mastering them. Today, neuroscience confirms that this ancient philosophy was not just a way of thinking. It was a scientifically sound method for regulating the brain's response to stress, fear, and impulse. Modern cognitive science has revealed that the Stoics were ahead of their time. The principles they practiced, detachment from external events, rational thinking, voluntary discomfort, negative visualization, and mindfulness, are now understood to be powerful tools for rewiring the brain. They did not just promote emotional resilience, they created biological changes in the brain that strengthened self-control, reduced anxiety, and increased focus. The Stoic method of rational distancing, where one steps back and analyzes emotions before reacting, is now recognized as cognitive reappraisal, a process in the brain where emotional impulses are overridden by logical thinking. The prefrontal cortex, responsible for rational thought, can regulate the amygdala, which generates emotional reactions. When a person practices Stoic detachment, they strengthen this connection, making them less likely to be overwhelmed by fear, anger, or distress. This is why Marcus Aurelius could face betrayal without rage, why Seneca could accept exile without despair, and why Cato could stand before a dictator without fear. Their brains were trained to resist emotional hijacking. They did not react impulsively because they had built mental circuits that prioritized logic over panic. Neuroscientists now know that this kind of emotional training is not just possible. It is one of the most effective ways to build long-term emotional stability. The Stoic practice of negative visualization, mentally preparing for worst-case scenarios, has a direct connection to exposure therapy, a modern psychological technique used to reduce anxiety. When a person repeatedly confronts a fear in their mind, their brain learns that the feared event is not as catastrophic as it seems. This rewires the neural pathways that link uncertainty to anxiety. Stoics used this method thousands of years ago to remove the fear of loss, suffering, or death. By visualizing misfortune daily, they made themselves immune to panic when adversity arrived. Seneca described this as preparing the mind like a soldier prepares for battle. He did not wait for disaster to strike. He trained for it in advance. Modern research on neuroplasticity, the brain's ability to rewire itself based on experience, proves that consistent exposure to controlled discomfort strengthens emotional resilience. People who avoid thinking about difficulties are more likely to panic when they occur. Those who prepare for them, as the Stoics did, develop a brain that stays calm under stress. One of the most groundbreaking discoveries in neuroscience is that emotions are largely shaped by thought patterns. Many assume that emotions are automatic, uncontrollable forces. But research shows that how a person interprets an event determines how they feel about it. This is the foundation of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, a modern psychological approach that is directly inspired by Stoicism. CBT teaches people to challenge irrational thoughts, break negative thinking cycles, and replace emotional reactivity with deliberate reasoning. This is exactly what the Stoics practiced. Epictetus famously said, "It is not events that disturb you, but your judgment of them." This is now confirmed by neuroscience. External circumstances do not dictate emotions. Interpretation does. The Stoics trained themselves to pause before reacting, a skill now known as metacognition, the ability to observe and adjust one's own thoughts. When an event triggered an emotional response, they did not allow the reaction to control them. They questioned it, analyzed it, and rewired their minds to respond with logic instead of impulse. Over time, this created a mental firewall against unnecessary suffering. Marcus Aurelius used view from above, a technique where he imagined himself as a spectator observing his own life from a distance. Neuroscientists now understand that this kind of detached self-observation reduces activity in the brain's emotional centers, helping people maintain perspective and avoid emotional overreaction. This same technique is used in modern therapy to help people detach from negative thoughts and see their problems objectively. Another core Stoic practice, voluntary discomfort, has been shown to have significant effects on brain function. Modern research reveals that exposing oneself to controlled stress, such as cold showers, fasting, or physical hardship, trains the brain to handle future challenges with greater ease. It strengthens the prefrontal cortex, increasing tolerance for discomfort and reducing the likelihood of emotional collapse under pressure. This is why the Stoics intentionally practiced discomfort. They did not seek suffering for its own sake. They understood that small, controlled hardships create mental strength. A person who regularly steps outside their comfort zone develops a brain that is more resistant to stress, more adaptable to change, and less controlled by cravings or fears. Modern neuroscience also supports the Stoic rejection of luxury as a source of happiness. Studies show that dopamine, the brain's reward chemical, is diminished when pleasures are overindulged. People who constantly seek comfort, status, or indulgence experience a weakening of their ability to feel satisfied. The Stoics understood this instinctively. They warned that relying on external pleasures leads to emotional instability because pleasure is always fleeting. Seneca argued that true happiness is not found in possessions but in self-sufficiency. Neuroscience confirms that people who cultivate internal sources of fulfillment, such as purpose, discipline, and gratitude, develop more stable and lasting emotional well-being. Those who chase external pleasure, on the other hand, are more prone to emotional swings, addiction, and dissatisfaction. The Stoic emphasis on mindfulness and presence is also backed by modern research. Studies on meditation and mindfulness show that training the brain to stay present reduces stress, increases focus, and improves emotional regulation. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself to return to the present moment, refusing to dwell on the past or worry about the future. This practice is now recognized as one of the most effective ways to cultivate emotional control. Another major connection between Stoicism and neuroscience is the power of language in shaping emotions. Studies show that the words people use to describe events influence how they feel about them. The Stoics understood this long before modern psychology. They deliberately chose language that reduced emotional intensity, calling problems challenges, framing losses as natural events, and seeing obstacles as opportunities to practice virtue. By changing the way they described reality, they changed the way they felt about reality. This is now a core technique in emotional resilience training. The brain reacts differently when a situation is framed positively rather than negatively. A setback seen as a failure triggers stress. The same event seen as a lesson triggers motivation. The Stoics mastered this long before science proved it. Even the Stoic view of death is supported by modern research. The fear of death, known as mortality salience, has been shown to increase anxiety, impulsive behavior, and avoidance. But those who confront death regularly, through philosophy, meditation, or reflection, experience greater psychological peace, deeper gratitude, and reduced fear. This is why the Stoics practiced memento mori, the daily reminder that death is inevitable. Far from making them morbid, it made them more alive, more present, and more fearless. They knew that the more a person accepts their mortality, the more they appreciate life. Modern psychology confirms that people who think about death in a healthy way become less anxious, more motivated, and more focused on what truly matters. Everything the Stoics practiced, emotional detachment, rational thinking, voluntary discomfort, presence, language control, death contemplation, has been confirmed by neuroscience as a legitimate way to build emotional resilience. They were not just philosophers, they were engineers of the mind, crafting techniques that rewire the brain for strength, clarity, and unshakable stability. A person who applies these principles does not just develop mental toughness. They build a brain that resists anxiety, a mind that controls emotion rather than being controlled by it, and a spirit that remains unshaken by external forces. They do not just practice Stoicism, they become it. The Stoics mastered emotional control long before neuroscience could explain how their methods worked. Their ability to reframe adversity, detach from destructive thoughts, and cultivate resilience was not just philosophy. It was a practical system for mental stability. Today, this same system forms the foundation of cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, one of the most effective modern psychological treatments for anxiety, depression, and emotional distress. What the Stoics practiced through discipline, logic, and self-reflection, CBT has turned into structured techniques used by therapists around the world. The connection is undeniable. Stoicism laid the groundwork for one of the most powerful methods of mental reprogramming ever developed. CBT is based on a simple but life-changing idea: thoughts shape emotions, and emotions shape actions. When a person reacts negatively to an event, it is not the event itself that causes distress, but their interpretation of it. This is exactly what Epictetus taught when he said, "It is not things that disturb people, but their judgments about them." The same situation can be seen as a disaster or an opportunity, depending on how the mind processes it. CBT, like Stoicism, focuses on identifying and challenging irrational thoughts. Many people experience emotional suffering because their thoughts are distorted. They assume the worst, exaggerate problems, or believe they are powerless. The Stoics understood this centuries ago. They trained themselves to question every negative thought, strip it of emotional intensity, and replace it with rational clarity. Marcus Aurelius practiced this daily in his journal. When he felt frustration, he did not let it control him. He asked himself, "Is this truly bad, or am I perceiving it that way?" This kind of questioning is a core strategy in CBT. Therapists guide patients to examine their automatic reactions, look for evidence, and restructure their thoughts in a way that reduces suffering. One of the most powerful Stoic strategies that influenced CBT is cognitive distancing. This technique allows a person to step back from their thoughts and observe them objectively rather than reacting impulsively. Many people assume that their thoughts are always accurate, but both Stoicism and CBT teach that thoughts are not facts. They are interpretations. For example, if someone thinks, "I will fail and everyone will judge me," both Stoicism and CBT would encourage them to ask whether this thought is based on evidence or just fear, whether failure truly matters as much as they assume, and why other people's judgment should dictate their happiness. By dissecting thoughts logically, they lose their power to create distress. The Stoics did this instinctively, constantly questioning their own perceptions to ensure they were not being ruled by emotion. Another core similarity between CBT and Stoicism is exposure therapy, which is built on the idea that facing fears reduces their power. Avoidance fuels anxiety, but direct confrontation with discomfort reprograms the brain to see it as non-threatening. The Stoics trained themselves through voluntary discomfort, practicing hardship so that they would not fear it when it came unexpectedly. Seneca, one of the wealthiest Stoics, deliberately lived as if he were poor, eating simple food and wearing rough clothing, not because he had to, but because he wanted to remove the fear of poverty from his mind. He understood that if he could handle it voluntarily, he would never be controlled by it involuntarily. CBT uses the same principle to help people overcome phobias and anxieties. Repeated exposure to discomfort teaches the brain that it is not as dangerous as it seems. Another shared principle is reframing obstacles as opportunities. Many struggle with setbacks because they see them as unfair, unbearable, or permanent. But both CBT and Stoicism teach that challenges are neutral events. The meaning they carry is determined by perspective. Marcus Aurelius famously said, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This is now a foundational concept in modern therapy. Problems are not roadblocks. They are training grounds for resilience. People who reframe challenges as lessons rather than punishments experience less stress and more emotional stability. CBT also borrows heavily from the Stoic practice of negative visualization. Many people suffer because they avoid thinking about worst-case scenarios, hoping that if they ignore them, they will not happen. But the Stoics embraced this exercise as a way to mentally prepare for hardship before it arrived. They imagined losing what they loved, facing public humiliation, or encountering personal failure, not to dwell on negativity, but to remove the fear of it. Modern psychology confirms that this technique dramatically reduces anxiety. Studies show that people who visualize failure, loss, or struggle in a controlled way develop a greater sense of control over their emotions. They train their brains to accept reality as it is, rather than live in denial. This makes them calmer when real problems arise because they have already rehearsed how to handle them. One of the greatest contributions of Stoicism to CBT is the idea of controlling only what is within one's power. Many suffer because they focus on changing things they cannot control, other people's opinions, external events, past mistakes. The Stoics saw this as wasted energy. Epictetus divided life into two categories: things within control and things outside of it. He taught that true peace comes from focusing only on what is within personal power. Modern therapy applies this directly. CBT helps people recognize when their distress comes from trying to control the uncontrollable. By shifting focus to actions that can be changed, one's own reactions, thoughts, and decisions, emotional suffering is reduced. Both systems also emphasize journaling as a tool for self-reflection. Marcus Aurelius kept a daily journal where he wrote out his struggles, reminding himself of what mattered and correcting his own errors in thinking. This was not just a habit, it was a form of self-directed cognitive therapy. Modern CBT encourages the same practice. Patients are often instructed to write down negative thoughts and challenge them. Seeing thoughts on paper exposes their weaknesses, making them easier to reframe. This method strengthens self-awareness and promotes rational thinking. Another powerful connection is the rejection of catastrophic thinking. Many people assume that when something bad happens, it will ruin everything. But both Stoicism and CBT teach that no event is as bad as the mind makes it seem. Seneca wrote that we suffer more in imagination than in reality. CBT confirms this. Most of what people fear does not actually happen, and even when it does, it is rarely as devastating as expected. Learning to catch catastrophic thoughts before they spiral is a key skill in both philosophies. The Stoic mindset, like CBT, also removes emotional reactivity to insults, criticism, and social pressure. Many people suffer because they place too much weight on what others think. But the Stoics, like modern therapists, taught that external opinions hold no real power unless they are given power. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that other people's words cannot harm him unless he allows them to. Epictetus taught that an insult only has meaning if it is accepted. CBT follows this same logic. Rejection, failure, or disapproval only hurt if they are internalized. Both systems offer a mental framework for resilience, calm, and self-control. They teach that emotions are not random forces, but patterns that can be reshaped. They reject the idea that suffering is unavoidable, showing instead that peace is a skill that can be practiced daily. Modern psychology has given CBT scientific backing, but the Stoics knew the truth long before studies confirmed it. They understood that thoughts can be trained, emotions can be mastered, and no external event has power unless it is given power. A person who applies these lessons does not just gain emotional control, they become untouchable. Mastering emotional control through Stoicism and its modern applications in cognitive behavioral therapy is a powerful tool for daily life. But resilience is not just about handling minor frustrations or overcoming personal anxieties. It is about standing firm when everything around you collapses. The ability to stay steady in times of crisis is what separates those who fall apart from those who endure. When uncertainty rises, when the world seems unstable, when chaos spreads and fear grips the minds of the many, the Stoic does not panic. While others react impulsively, seeking reassurance from external circumstances, the Stoic looks inward and finds stability where it has always existed, within. The world has never been predictable. Empires rise and fall, markets crash, wars erupt, pandemics spread, institutions fail, social order shifts overnight. What seemed stable one day can be destroyed the next. But none of this is new. The Stoics lived through times of extreme crisis, political corruption, violent power struggles, economic collapses, and brutal wars. They knew that uncertainty is not an exception, but the rule. Their philosophy was designed not for times of peace and ease, but for moments when everything appears to be falling apart. One of the most important principles in Stoicism is understanding that fear and panic do not come from external events, but from the mind's interpretation of them. People assume that uncertainty is the cause of suffering, but it is not. It is the attachment to control, the expectation of stability, and the illusion that life should be predictable that creates distress. When these expectations are shattered, the untrained mind falls into despair. The Stoic, however, expects nothing to last forever. They do not demand that life remain the same. They embrace impermanence. Marcus Aurelius, ruling during plagues, wars, and betrayals, wrote daily reminders to himself that everything he loved, everything he controlled, and everything he built could vanish in an instant. He did not write these things to frighten himself, but to prepare his mind. He knew that if he trained himself to accept loss, then loss could never break him. This practice of premeditatio malorum, the mental rehearsal of worst-case scenarios, creates psychological armor. The person who has already imagined adversity is not paralyzed when it arrives. They respond with calm, with clarity, with action instead of fear. During a crisis, most people focus on what they cannot control. They obsess over political decisions, economic trends, or global conflicts. They seek certainty where none exists. The Stoic redirects attention to what is within control: actions, choices, responses. It is useless to worry about what governments will do, how markets will react, or what disasters may come. But it is always within one's power to prepare, to adapt, to strengthen the mind and body for whatever comes next. Seneca saw firsthand the fragility of society. He witnessed the sudden downfall of emperors, the shifting tides of fortune, and the unpredictability of public life. He understood that wealth, status, and even safety are temporary. This did not make him cynical. It made him resilient. He did not resist reality. He adjusted to it. The Stoic does not waste energy wishing for a stable world. They train for an unstable one. In moments of crisis, People tend to react emotionally, making impulsive decisions based on fear. This leads to chaos, division, and self-destruction. The Stoic, however, does not react. They observe, they analyze, they act based on reason, not panic. A calm mind makes better choices. While others follow the crowd driven by hysteria, the Stoic moves with purpose, unaffected by the storm around them. The practice of voluntary discomfort becomes invaluable in difficult times. Those who have always lived in comfort struggle the most when hardships arrive. They are unprepared for deprivation, incapable of functioning without their accustomed luxuries. But the Stoic has already lived simply. They have already tested themselves against hunger, cold, fatigue, and solitude. They are not weakened by change. They are strengthened by it. The global uncertainty of today mirrors the instability of the past. Those who attach their happiness to political stability, financial security, or social order will always be vulnerable. The Stoic attaches their peace to nothing external. They know that governments collapse, markets fluctuate, and fortunes disappear. None of it defines them. None of it controls their emotions. They remain steady, regardless of what happens outside of them. One of the greatest dangers in uncertain times is the tendency to let fear cloud judgment. Many believe that stress and anxiety help them stay alert and prepared, but research shows the opposite. Chronic fear reduces cognitive function. It weakens decision-making. It leads to irrational behavior. The Stoic understands that fear is not useful. Preparation is useful. Clarity is useful. Panic is not. Epictetus taught that those who place their sense of security in external things are always at risk of losing it. The only true security comes from mastering the mind. No matter what happens in the world, no matter how unstable life becomes, the person who has trained themselves in discipline and reason will not be shaken. They may lose their wealth, their position, even their home, but they will not lose themselves. Another key element of Stoic resilience is the ability to detach from outcomes. Most suffering comes from wanting things to turn out a certain way. People expect their plans to succeed, their leaders to act rationally, their lives to follow a predictable course. When reality does not match these expectations, they suffer. The Stoic removes expectation. They do not assume things will go as planned. They do not demand that life be fair. They prepare for success, but are ready for failure. They hope for the best, but train for the worst. This detachment from outcomes is not pessimism. It is power. The person who expects nothing to be guaranteed cannot be disappointed. They do not waste time wishing things were different. They accept what is and focus on what they can do. This is the mindset that allows individuals to survive upheaval while others collapse under its weight. The world rewards those who can remain steady when others panic. When markets crash, those who stay rational make the best financial decisions. When disasters strike, those who remain calm make the best survival choices. When conflict erupts, those who refuse to be consumed by hatred become the voices of reason. Stoicism trains people to be exactly this kind of person. Marcus Aurelius ruled in a time of extreme uncertainty. Every day, he faced political conspiracies, military threats, and natural disasters. Yet he remained unshaken, reminding himself that external events were beyond his control. His job was not to dictate how the world should be. His job was to respond with wisdom, with justice, with courage. He did not crumble under pressure because he had trained himself to see all hardships as opportunities to test his strength. The modern world presents different crises but requires the same mindset. Wars, economic collapses, pandemics, and political instability are not new. They are part of the human experience. Those who expect stability are always unprepared. Those who train for uncertainty are always ready. The Stoic does not fear change because they have already accepted that change is the only constant. In times of crisis, many look for leaders to save them, for institutions to protect them, for certainty where none exists. The Stoic does not wait for rescue. They take responsibility for their own resilience. They do not waste time blaming circumstances. They focus on adapting. They do not indulge in fear. They cultivate strength. When the world is uncertain, people reveal who they truly are. Some panic. Some surrender to despair. Some lash out in anger. But the Stoic remains unshaken. They do not let the chaos of the world create chaos in their minds. They stay clear-headed, focused, and ready to face whatever comes next. A person who applies this mindset does not just survive a crisis. They become the kind of person others look to for guidance. While the world loses itself in confusion, they remain the calm in the storm. They do not fear uncertainty. They master it. Surviving crises requires clarity, but true stability comes from something even deeper, understanding one's place in the grand order of existence. The Stoics did not only train themselves to handle chaos. They looked beyond human affairs and found peace in something far greater. They saw nature not as something separate from themselves, but as the foundation of all wisdom. They believed that aligning with the natural world brought not only tranquility, but also a profound acceptance of life as it is. To them, nature was not an enemy to be conquered or a resource to be exploited. It was the source of reason, balance, and harmony. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself that everything in nature follows a cycle. Day turns to night, seasons change, life begins and ends. Nothing is truly lost, it only transforms. When a tree sheds its leaves, it is not grieving. When a river carves through rock, it does not resist. When a storm passes through, it does not apologize. Nature does not cling to what was, nor does it fear what comes next. It simply moves forward, without hesitation, without conflict, without suffering. The Stoic sees this and applies it to life. They do not fight against the natural flow of existence. They accept, adapt, and continue forward without resistance. Most human suffering comes from the mind's refusal to let things be as they are. People want life to be predictable, painless, and under their control. But the Stoics saw that this is not how nature works. Everything in existence is constantly changing, evolving, dissolving, and reforming. The person who expects life to remain still is like someone trying to stop the wind with their hands. The more they resist, the more exhausted they become. The Stoic chooses another path. They let go of expectations and move in rhythm with the universe, finding peace in the flow of events rather than in the illusion of control. One of the most profound lessons from Stoicism is that nature is indifferent to human desires. The sun does not rise for approval. The ocean does not care for opinions. A mountain does not bend to complaints. Everything follows its own nature without seeking validation. The Stoic learns from this. They do not base their peace on the reactions of others. They do not seek approval for living as they are. They do not beg the universe for special treatment. They align with what is natural, living with integrity, focusing on what is in their control, and letting go of what is not. Seneca often reflected on how nature provides everything needed for a fulfilled life, yet humans complicate it. A simple meal, a peaceful walk, the warmth of the sun, these are enough for happiness. But people chase artificial desires, filling their lives with excess, distractions, and meaningless pursuits. They ignore the gifts that are freely given in search of something that will never satisfy them. The Stoic simplifies. They strip away what is unnecessary and return to what is essential. They do not need luxury to feel abundance. They do not need endless possessions to feel rich. They understand that nature has already provided everything needed for contentment. The Stoic view of nature is also deeply connected to mortality. Every tree, every river, every living thing has its time. Nothing in nature fights against death. It embraces it as part of the cycle. Humans, however, fear it, resist it, pretend it will not come. This denial creates suffering. The Stoic, seeing the truth in nature, does not fear their own impermanence. They understand that just as a leaf falls and nourishes the earth for new growth, death is not an end, but a continuation of nature's rhythm. This realization removes anxiety about the future. It brings clarity. It allows a person to live fully without hesitation or regret. Marcus Aurelius often reflected on the vastness of the cosmos. He reminded himself that human concerns, no matter how overwhelming they seem, are small in comparison to the universe. Empires rise and fall, but the stars continue their course. Arguments, failures, ambitions, all are temporary. When seen from the perspective of eternity, personal troubles lose their weight. They no longer feel overwhelming. The Stoic does not see themselves as the center of existence. They are part of something far greater, a single thread in the vast fabric of the cosmos. This perspective removes arrogance and self-importance, replacing it with humility and gratitude. The connection between Stoicism and nature is not only philosophical, but also practical. The Stoics understood that spending time in natural surroundings clears the mind, sharpens focus, and restores balance. They sought moments of solitude in nature not to escape life, but to see it more clearly. Walking in open spaces, breathing fresh air, observing the quiet strength of the earth, these were not luxuries, but necessities for maintaining a rational mind. Seneca advised his students to retreat into nature whenever they felt overwhelmed, not to avoid responsibility, but to return with greater clarity and purpose. Nature also teaches resilience. A tree does not complain when the wind bends it. A river does not stop when it meets resistance. A fire does not beg for permission to burn. The Stoic learns from these forces. They adapt rather than break. They continue forward regardless of obstacles. They do not waste time wishing reality were different. They focus on how to work with it. The Stoic sees that nature is filled with patterns, and human life follows the same laws. Just as winter turns to spring, hardship gives way to growth. Just as a storm eventually clears, emotional distress passes. Nothing is permanent, not suffering, not joy, not failure, not success. Those who understand this do not panic in bad times, nor do they become arrogant in good times. They remain steady, knowing that all things change. The modern world often pulls people away from nature. Cities filled with noise, distractions, and artificial pressures make it easy to forget the simplicity and power of the natural world. But the Stoic knows that reconnecting with nature means reconnecting with themselves. When life feels overwhelming, they step outside. They watch the wind move through the trees. They listen to the steady rhythm of waves. They observe the quiet wisdom in the stars. In doing so, they remember that their problems are temporary, that their fears are insignificant, that their existence is part of something vast and eternal. Marcus Aurelius found comfort in knowing that the same nature that governs the stars also governs human life. There is no separation. The same order that makes the seasons change also shapes human experience. This means that everything that happens is part of the natural order. There is no need to resist, to complain, to fight against what is. There is only acceptance, action, and alignment with the way things are. Nature does not rush. It does not force. It simply follows its course. The Stoic follows the same principle. They do not panic when things take time. They do not force what is not meant to be. They trust in the process, knowing that what is meant to come will come, and what is meant to go will go. This patience, this ability to move with life rather than against it, brings a peace that cannot be shaken by external events. Many philosophies try to find meaning in abstract ideas, in complex theories, in distant ideals. Stoicism finds meaning in what is already here. The wind, the earth, the sky, the rhythm of existence. These are not just things to observe. They are guides, teachers, reminders of how to live. The Stoic does not seek wisdom in books alone. They find it in the quiet flow of a river, the stillness of a mountain, the certainty of the changing seasons. Those who live disconnected from nature often feel restless, uncertain, and overwhelmed. They seek peace in artificial comforts, in distractions, in constant stimulation. But true peace has always been available. It does not need to be bought. It does not need to be chased. It exists in every sunrise, in every gust of wind, in every breath taken under an open sky. A person who aligns with nature no longer fights against life. They do not resist what is inevitable. They do not cling to what must pass. They move in harmony with existence, flowing with the rhythm of the universe rather than against it. They do not seek control. They seek alignment. Stoicism is not just a philosophy, it is a way of being. It is the art of mastering the mind when the world is uncertain, the discipline to act with virtue when others give in to impulse, and the wisdom to accept what cannot be changed while focusing on what can. From its origins in the streets of ancient Greece to its refinement in the hands of Rome's greatest thinkers, it has proven itself as more than a set of ideas. It is a blueprint for unshakable strength. Zeno of Citium laid the foundation by rejecting excess and grounding philosophy in daily practice. Chrysippus built upon it with logic and precision, ensuring that Stoicism had a structured way to train the mind. Seneca turned it into practical wisdom for everyday life, showing how to handle wealth, power, and loss without losing oneself. Epictetus stripped everything down to the essentials: control what you can, ignore what you cannot. And Marcus Aurelius gave the world a personal guide to inner peace, proving that even an emperor needed philosophy more than he needed a throne. Their lessons were not meant for those who live in comfort and ease, but for those who walk through fire and refuse to be burned. They did not write for times of stability. They wrote for those who wake up to chaos, uncertainty, and the weight of 1,000 worries. They lived in worlds that were collapsing around them, yet they remained steady. Not because they were indifferent, not because they did not care, but because they understood a simple truth: control begins within. Stoicism teaches that suffering is not in events, but in perception. It reminds us that no insult has power unless it is accepted, that no failure is final unless one stops moving forward, and that no fear is greater than the mind that has trained itself to face it. It turns obstacles into lessons, hardships into training, and uncertainty into a test of resilience. Those who embrace it do not run from discomfort. They use it to become stronger. They do not fear change. They flow with it like the seasons. They do not demand that life be fair. They master the art of thriving no matter what comes. Tonight, as you drift into sleep, let these lessons settle deep within. Let them shape the way you wake up tomorrow. Let them remind you that peace is not found in a perfect life, but in a prepared mind. Let them strengthen you so that when challenges come, you will not falter, you will not react. You will respond with clarity, patience, and purpose. And when the world pushes, you will not break. You have come this far, which means you are already seeking something greater: wisdom, discipline, peace. Now, tell me, which lesson stood out to you the most? Which one changed the way you see the world? Leave a comment below and share your thoughts. I read them all. And if you want to continue this journey, if you want to train your mind the way the Stoics did, make sure to subscribe and turn on notifications. There is always more to learn, always more strength to gain, always another layer of resilience to build. Until next time, stay strong, stay steady, and keep walking the Stoic path.